welcome to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting. The Flaws of Reconstruction. We are. We'll do it live.
There we are. We're live.
Tonight, we are looking at the channel Studio 215 official.
So we're talking about the flaws of Reconstruction. So we're going to be looking at 1866, 1867, U.S. history, find out what the radical Republican Congress did right, what they could have done, the impeachment. Oh, no, another type of Reconstruction?
No, a different kind of. No.
We
are actually watching a video called Evolution Exposed, number 2, The Flaws of Reconstruction.
Okay, all right. That's fine. We can do that too.
All right.
Walk and chew gum at the same time.
Well, then, with that, we're going to James W. and myself, Amy Newman. We're going to get into a good time and gizmo worth digging for. Hey. What is up, y'all, and welcome to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting. I hope that you are all having a lovely day or night wherever you are out there on the round earth. We hope that if you are enjoying the show, the channel, Taco Tuesdays, whatever it is, well, then we hope that you like the stream. It helps the algorithm go like, holy moly, people are enjoying this. We should send it out to more people. Follow on Twitch because you could be the 100th person to follow at twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic. And we are, I would say, taking over the intertubes, the interwebs. I feel like you'd have to be going a little bit Matrix style. However, we are growing.
We're growing.
The Skeptic and Ranting community is growing. So if you subscribe, that helps you even more.
Pace.
Exactly. Boop, 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 boop. Not as much as, let's say, some other official channels. But, James, there was this young, up-and-coming creationist. I was cheering for him. He was, I think he wore a Hawaiian T-shirts and said his name was Spongy.
Hillary's emails.
Spongy Mob?
Right?
Spongy Mob, I think he said.
Hillary's emailed his buddy, right?
Woo, exactly. What is up? In fact, when you get to subscribe and you hit that bell icon, because when you just subscribe, it's like, hey, YouTube, I just want to tell you that I like this. Maybe it's my family member, so I don't even know if I want to watch this, but here's the number. But when you hit that bell icon, it actually says, hey, I want to see premieres and I want to join live streams. Like, what is up, everyone?
Like you're a fanatic.
What is up? That's right. What is up? Hillary's emails. The end is nigh. What is up, Tsunami and Beamsy and Michael Smith and Goth and James Wolfe?
Hey, and you came to the right place.
Everybody out there, God equals the square root of -1. And everyone who is joining us as we rant towards the flaws of Reconstruction, or rather, a gentleman who is skeptical that scientists can reconstruct the fossil record or fossils.
Very skeptical. Very
skeptical.
Hyper skeptical.
And I always use that. It's really a botch job of skepticism, just like it's a botch job when they try and do precepts, do like a Socratic method, because they don't really know how to ask questions. They know what answer. They don't give what the answer is. And so, do. Copyrighted song. But yes, we are about to be switching into the opposition opinion, in which we'll listen to someone who disagrees with modern science, but I guess us as well, the two schmucks you see hosting. We
But
will
if it's
also
in an old Bronze Age book, well, then of course we believe it 100%. We don't question it. I mean, do we ask Amy? Do we ask? Oh, well, how did God do this? Or no, you don't ask those questions. He just did it. You don't need to know. If he wanted you to know, he would have told you.
Exactly.
Yeah. He would have told you if you needed to know. No problem. Just believe it anyway. Believe it anyway. You don't understand it? You don't understand the Trinity? Believe it anyway. Or else.
Oh, we have a lovely burning fire brimstone for you. Happy place.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized that my propishmops.
Your bag of tricks?
My brag of tricks. Well, James, while I am...
I'll keep them entertained.
Yes, I was going to say, this is quite a lovely person we're witnessing.
You guys see the monster that you've created. She's going to bring in this whole thing. Like, she practically needs a wagon to cart all these props around. But a wagon, that would just be another thing to have in that house. They probably got... Yeah. There she goes. But, yeah. Anyway, guys. So the subject of the video today, if you were with us about 2 weeks ago, we did video number 1 of this guy's evolution series. Now we're coming back to the second video. And if you guys were wondering, tomorrow night, I'll be debating this particular individual on Standing for Truth channel. So this time tomorrow, doing an after show, we'll actually be knee deep into that after show. So you guys can watch the debate and come on the after show and tell us what you think about the debate. Yeah. I knew it. That cat has been a prop this whole time, Amy. Buttercup is a prop cat. It's like the conspiracy theorists who said all the animals at the zoos, they're all fake. They're all animatronics.
I didn't mute myself. I could have been talking the whole time. I couldn't agree more. You know how I've been working on AI? Right there. The perfect kit.
Yeah, it needs to work the kinks out of the meows. Sometimes they're a little monotone. They kind of fall flat. But otherwise, it's doing pretty good.
Yeah. Besides that, the little squeaks I have to get out. But they're so cute. So cute. And all right, with that, let's get to some quick shout outs and to our lovely, amazing people who support us, including, well, as I should say, there are multiple ways that you can support the channel. I was going to say also, because there are multiple ways you can support channels in general speaking, which is a super chat, which is like throwing tips that we will then interact with and show silliness, basically silliness. Like this scientific accurate instrument here.
It's like when you're at the club and you run out of your dollars and you throw loose change up at the strippers. They don't take too kindly to that, I noticed. They tend to get mad.
Yeah. Take it off for me, baby. Whew. You should see what they do at Chippendales. They don't like...
There you go.
I just snorted. We'll just ignore that. Continuing forward.
I didn't hear it.
We also have super chats and we have channel membership right down below. That's right. You can become a channel member and get our evolving badge system, which triggers creationist because it evolves. Well, I couldn't agree more. I can't believe you'd be so daring to say so. But
it's like I was just using your leg to sharpen my claws. What's the problem?
I know. These damn humans.
Stretching the claws out there on your legs.
He looks so cute. He always looks happy to be on camera. And so, as well as the best way to help us to get support right to us, as well as unlocking support and perks for yourself, is by going to patreon.com/ABNewman, including awesome supporters like the amazing Senator Cato. Thank you so very much, Senator Cato, reminding us of the separation of church and state. Also beats out theocracy, autocracy, all these nonsense things. Do. Thank you so very much. Oh, send love, Michael, down there. And also send love, Senator Cato. You are amazing. Sending love to the one and only Rachel Holen.
Rachel.
Fabulous. Reminding us that, well, the only type of good slavery is the one with pink fuzzy cuffs. If you are going around to nations and taking slaves, probably not the good guys. Just saying.
Oh, there's Rachel in chat. Good to see you watching.
Woo! Sending so much Thanks, love. Rachel Holen. Yeah, because biblical slavery and just, going around and pillaging and burning and, taking women and children, that sounds objectively moral, doesn't it, James? But
your bond man slaves and then your bond women, because we have to be separate categories. Yeah. I mean,
exactly.
You can't.
What kind of establishment are we running here?
I mean, God has standards now.
Exactly. Hi, baby girl. It's a joke, you baby girl. And sending so much love to Rachel Holen. Once again, where the only good slavery is the time where you're chained up to a bed consensually. As I said, rape you can never forget. Oh, well, yes, exactly. You can never forget the graping. The Bible likes a lot of graping. Do. Moving forward, sending love to davegar. Reminding us that the Bible actually supports, it's like a 60-40 split. Leaning a little flat earthy. Most Christians just ignore it. And
ignore the parts that are obviously false.
I need to go back on Hamza's den to try and reconvince him again that we went to the moon, which is a Muslim thing, but it's not really a Muslim thing. It's just he's a Muslim who doesn't think we went to the moon. Oh my!
Of course, they think the only one who went to the moon was Muhammad. So.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, there is one person they think went to the moon.
Neil Armstrong, not the first person on the moon. It was Muhammad. Penis be upon him.
Cutting. It makes so much sense, James. We're gonna cut the moon. Been a naughty moon. Such a naughty moon. Prophethood, ladies and gentlemen. It's serious business, I like to think. Very serious business.
I mean, it's kind of like when the Virgin Mary made the sun dance around in the sky in 1917 in Fatima, Portugal. So that everybody could see and then everybody would know that she was really there.
Exactly. It has to be a virgin.
Maybe all the people just staring up at the sun for minutes on end, maybe they all started to see things. I don't know.
Anytime I talk about Christianity being a cult, they always give me such like a huff and a puff. And just, oh no, it's just that we've taken a virgin woman and we are about to sacrifice her perfect child so that our God may be appeased. Oh, well, by all means, why didn't we do it before?
James Wolfe talking about, don't forget about the ancient aliens. That History Channel is really, they are just, that's almost like become their brand now. They're like synonymous with it.
It kills me on the inside.
And the one guy, the meme guy that, I forget his name, but the guy with the funky hair saying all the memes like, it must be aliens. He must get like crazy. He must get fucked with like all the time. Like
People screaming aliens at him while he walks through the street.
like going to Wendy's. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have your food today. The aliens took it. It must be the aliens.
I feel bad. I think I told this story before, but I mean, Rachel and I were at a Bob Evans, and there was just I was staring at this guy the entire time, trying not to, like, because his shirt just had Roswell on it, and like, I couldn't help it. As he was leaving, I was just like, hey, shirt? And he's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, they're real? He's like, why? Do you have a second? And yeah. Oh, speaking of which,
Kimball, he called the Roswell Hotel.
Really? The
Roswell,
Roswell
New Mexico,
Hotel?
the other day. Yeah. Interesting calls with their front desk.
That sounds actually pretty fun. I think we should probably do more episodes on stuff like that.
What had happened was there was somebody renting one of the rooms that was calling the Cleveland Police Department, making lewd comments. So they had to call the hotel front desk to try and figure out who was calling their number. So
who is your daddy and what does he do?
Part of it, partially, yeah.
What is up, Nathiest? And speaking of James Wolfe, sending love, very, very lovely, and specifically to James Wolfe, because he reminds us that we, Hal at the Moon, this is a super late night podcast. I want to apologize to you all. It is running on Amy time. And like I told James, I am happy that I postponed it a little bit because this guy does magic tricks. Like I'm the same with the Bible study. I like reading. I like viewing the video every time before we see it because these people play tricks, deceptive tricks. And they quote mine heavily.
Oh,
do
they ever?
Just do all sorts of not nice things. And so, yeah.
Crimes against reason and intelligence.
It really is. He does this where he's basically trying to like make guessings of skulls. And it's like, what is this? Who? What is this? Oh, it's something else. What is this? Ho, ho, ho. But I guess coming soon.
Yeah.
Sending love out there to Computer. What is up, Computer? What is up, Claus Browder? And thank you once again. We are sending love to James Wolfe.
Crimes against your sanity. That's right.
James Wolfe, I've seen him all over the atheistosphere. I see him also in some modern day debate. He's hanging out with me on some of those modern day debates where I think he knows that I am very much again some of the people's positions. Let me not say the people, because I'm sure maybe they're lovely and I can hang out and have tea with them. But some of the views, I definitely, though I try and be as fair as possible. Sometimes I even say
well, yeah, you were on
try and
Friday.
Come into. Indeed. I will say I even learned from that. Because it can get spicy, and I realize I keep on saying if you want to be the queen of sound bites, you gotta enforce that, because that's my little catchphrase I made up for nothing. And so if you're gonna say that, I'm saying that in a hopefully a self-deprecating way, because people say they want you to be fair. They want you to, and so I just want people to be able to say whatever they want.
They want this.
Because
they want that.
If you truly can defend your position, then you will be able to use that time and give persuasive arguments and evidence. and it won't be. It actually behooves you, if you disagree with someone, to give that person time. To actually just let them speak, let it get whatever their point is, write it down. Because it makes you look the best possible. It makes you look like you're listening. An often phrased is you can't. It's hard to learn something while you're talking, or listen while you're talking, and so it just behooves again to let the skeptic. If you disagree with someone, don't give them all the floor all the time. Don't let them rant for 10 minutes, but at least let them make a point. So that you can bat it away.
You got praise out there.
Oh, that's our sending love to praise I am that I am. What is up, Big? I've been watching your content out there, Big.
What they were saying about her in Praise's stream, just the vitriol they have for Big Bad Mama. Yeah, the comment in the chat.
Can I tell you why? This is just my guess. This is, once again, you want to see my armchair right here? Is that Big Bad Mama has a good sense of humor, and there is nothing deadlier than being able to take a joke and then make a joke. They can't take jokes. They can make like half-hearted jokes, and they can be cruel.
Very good at it.
I find that most of the time that is what they are. They're cruel, and cruel is actually not that funny. Like, unless it's someone who really deserves it.
Just being mean, like being mean just to be mean. Like,
it's like someone who makes a fat joke. Like, I could think of Patrice O'Neal in the back of my head, who is my idol. I've been watching a lot of Patrice O'Neal lately, and I feel like he would tear someone up, because if you made more than you could get away with one, maybe two fat jokes, but after a while people are like, okay, we get it. Something else, like, does he talk weird? Does he sneeze funny? Like, now you're just making fun. Like, after a while it just seems yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing. One more thing is that
she embraces it.
Well, it's like, I get waves when I come onto servers. You've seen this, James, of just the like, you go into like a theological debate and all the responses are just like, you'll never be and I'm like, that's really cool. Your God doesn't exist.
Your God will still never exist.
Exactly. This book, still just one of many, not holy. And so, like,
still full of bullshit.
Like, if the debate was on topic, like, are you a woman or something, or are you, I don't know what they'd go after you for, Big Bad Mama, except for being praised. You must be, just self-hating yourself when you go on there. But, like, I can't imagine, I guess, for her points on, just on being
like, they were like, what were they saying, like, fat, stupid mama, stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. The lowest of the, like, the easiest. Lowest. Like, they're not actual jokes. I wish you, I get you.
Just stupidity.
And yes, I will say, I've been working on my poker face. And it's hard because, you don't want to even smile, because smiling is always like giving points and all this stuff. And so I try hard. And I'll tell you what, it's a similar feeling. James, did you know I was diagnosed with ADD?
I do remember that from the famous screen.
A presuppositionalist may have asked me that question. Well, you would totally know that if you were to see me try and stand still. Like, me standing still takes effort. Like, if I'm in the store and I'm just hanging out, I'm walking by, or if I'm waiting for someone, like a friend, I'm just walking and pacing and walking. And I don't even notice that I do it. But as someone once told me, it's a defining feature of me. And so it's the same with debates. This is actually, people are like, why does Amy go so overboard sometimes? And she's so emotive. That's actually my natural. And standing still, actually takes effort. I have to like
They
hold my
think
muscles.
you're trying, you're trying, you're over the top, you're trying too hard, but it's just you.
Yes, but that is just who I am, and exactly to pretend like I am the what are they? To pretend like I'm the lie detector person, where they're always serious. That actually takes effort over just being
checking
silly.
boxes, marking lines on the chart.
Yes,
Go ahead.
exactly.
Continue.
Yes, you have things up your butt. Okay. But
have you been stealing your neighbor's underwear from their clothesline?
Underwear from exactly. And see, I'm trying to, but it feels just too good, James, to just let it all out. And sending love to davegar, to Rachel Holen, Senator Cato, James Wolfe, the one and only, as well as Dale Pastel. We're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence, just a little, not a lot, but like, which
some
is
would be nice.
another thing that annoys me about our up and coming opposition viewpoint. He's like, a bone? All they have is a bone. And I'm like, oh, really? What you got for God? Oh, wait. You got something?
A book. It says a thing. Oh, well, what they love is like if you ask them, because you ask them like, okay, how did God make anything? Well, what they love to say is they'll be like, he spoke it into existence, which doesn't actually tell you anything, but it's an answer. One, it doubles down on what the Bible says too, so it just feels like a mic drop to them. Oh yeah, he spoke it into existence. Okay, that's
because
doesn't
what happens
actually tell me anything.
is they start speaking poetry, and then all of a sudden it's like he spoke it. I'm like, that's cool, but like if I asked you how like your husband or wife made you dinner tonight, and they're like, they just spoke it, I feel like they would think you're just on LSD. But like,
I mean, when you go to Wendy's, I guess you kind of do speak your food into existence when you tell them what you want, but
there's someone still making it. Let me tell you,
that's not the full story there.
And there's definitely a cow in there somewhere, or a chicken, or a something that definitely just didn't poof. Best in show. What's up, Dale? Sending so much love. What is up to our friends, our community, our Skeptic and Ranting community? We're almost done, which will be halftime for us at least. We normally takes us an hour. I think we're almost. So thank you so much, Dale Pastel. Thank you so very much, Chris Disciple. That's right. Our Skeptic and Ranting community is filled with theists and Christians, Muslims, Jews, as well as, of course, our atheist agnostics. But the real point is that we are skeptic about our beliefs and have a little bit of doubt. Thank you so much, Chris. And the three captains of the girl deck BT dubs being that if you are a supporter of 2 out of 3 of our avenues, well, then you automatically get top of the line in our description box on top of the girl deck. That's right. Speaking of which, we have Pat right there. Sending love to Pat. Oh, we are still basically talking about irreverence. But like I said, we're almost on ×2. We're almost faster.
I mean, Amy, look, Big Bad Mama says Gizmo is her Lord and Savior. We're already going to start with the blasphemy, Amy? We're really already going to do that.
Yo, I just love that.
Do you have any pearls that you can clutch?
I do, actually. Hold on. Here we go. There we go.
Clutch them very tightly.
Where am I throwing them?
Yeah.
But
I cannot believe you guys are saying blasphemy.
Do you know what scares me about? Once again, he was a lovely gentleman. He stayed the entire time. He was getting blasted from like 7 different ways that I normally get in a bathhouse. And yet those type of people are the ones that would like end up putting us in jail. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it just always makes me a little bit nervous. That's just.
I mean, where's like the suffering servant mentality, like that Jesus said? Where's the picking up your own cross and all the other things that the Bible says? Are they that thin-skinned that like Somebody
Yes,
says
they
one
are.
or two little things about their God, and they get all worked up about it. Yeah, a lot of them are.
So it seems. This
Well,
is
a
my
lot of them are
first
just
time putting.
looking for a reason. They're looking for an excuse not to engage with you. Like Ken Hoven, like his thing, he always complains about is the profanity. Like if you start using swear words while you're with him, he gets all bent out of shape about it.
Well,
Meanwhile, all
that's
the
the
shit he
same
does,
with
that
Ken
everyone just
Hoven.
has to deal with it.
That is the same with who was that up and coming YouTuber and the Pearls. This is the first time. My goodness. Come on,
Clutch them
Amazon.
hard.
I clutched them too hard apparently because now I gotta get another one.
You can't get him back on, huh?
Well, this is the first time using. I was all excited because they were magnetic and and within one class B class, but that's okay. Moving right along. 4. Sending love to Ian Davenport.
Ian.
Thank you so very much, Ian. We are sending love as we remind ourselves that watchmaker arguments are kind of silly, kind of really stupid. There are things that are created. We create them. Animals are the only known branch of life that we know of that creates things, that are creators. A beaver creates things. We create things. Other apes, multiple other animals, ravens, use tools and create things. One branch. Hopefully one day we'll see others. That's the other thing also. If we find alien life, I'd be, most likely it's not going to be conscious. If we find it. If it finds us, that's a different story. Do. Sending love to Ian Davenport, speaking of aliens. Though we have many problems to why I think we're just so far away from other galaxies. Others.
Other galaxies.
Systems.
If we're gonna find it, it's gonna be in our galaxy. If it's another galaxy, we'll never find it. That's just.
We just underestimate how much space is out there. And sending love and how difficult it is. We are finite human beings. Sending love to Matt D.
We've really only understood that space was a thing for a little over 100 years. Before we actually understood there was an ether out there. It's just empty space out there.
Indeed.
That we are just coming up, I think, to 100 years from the discovery of other galaxies. Where
I thought you were going to say Discovery Channel.
No, I think that's a little bit more recent than that. But yeah, they used to think the Milky Way, our galaxy, was everything. Everything was in that. And then they found out, oh no, there's stuff out there that's way farther away than anything in the Milky Way. It's got to be another galaxy. And they got that from reading the Bible, where God explained that to us, right?
Indeed, and we now have 2 cats in here. The cats are gaining.
Penelope or Moonlight?
That is Moonlight.
Moonlight. Oh gosh, look who popped up.
Oh, he's eating. Who is here? What's up, preacher? Meow, 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 meow.
Good to see you, Perry.
Just give me a second. What's up? Computer says he's a Muslim. Hey, we always welcome theists here. Still, give me a second because it's bothering me. And so this is this the person you're going to be debating, James?
from the video?
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow is Thursday. Are we doing an after show?
We better be. And tomorrow's Wednesday. Well,
Wednesday.
I'm speaking Wednesday as in the day, even though
And when?
it's after midnight, so I guess technically it's today. Yeah.
And it is when?
Tonight.
Tonight when, though?
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Fantastic. I have Professor Holy orientation at 7 p.m. tomorrow.
How long
Which
is
still
that?
Crazy to me. I do not know. That is a good question.
It's at 7. I imagine it can't be more than like an hour or two.
Indeed. I can't imagine it's going to be that long. Wednesday, 19. Yeah, it's an hour and a half. Looks like. 7 p.m. to 8:30. All right. And so we are going to be doing that and an after show tomorrow. Today. And exactly. And last
Good
but
night,
certainly not least, Night Perry.
Perry's hit and run. He's got to get back to his 18-hour Bible study. So,
James, this book. It's all about this book. It says things. And last but certainly not least, Matt D. reminding us that we want empirical theories. You came in late? You got in? You're out? Loaded food? Then you're out?
kitties come in, kitties come out.
In, out? Yes, I would grant you food. Yes. Okay.
All right, we're up to the captains on the girl deck.
This is the last. The Matt Deig sending love
Matt
because
Deig.
we have the actual theories instead of just hypotheses we pulled from our butt. We actually can tell you frameworks of facts. And last but not least, Regos. Thank you so very much, Regos. We have a Skeptic Bible study here. This is Barbaretta. If you wanted to know what Yahweh looked like, she is right in front of your eyes. You can touch her noodly appendages.
Your Lord and Savior.
Lord and Savior. So thank you so very much. All I see is we don't know Aisha's age. Oh, we do. We seem to. Just sending love, computer.
Sending love.
Sending love. And I will say, if you are a Muslim, if you are a Christian or a Jew, we actually want you to feel at home here. As much as we give you spice and all this, just give it right back to us. Throw it right back into our face. If you can. And so sending love to all of our supporters.
She's got a face shield around there somewhere.
That's right. And with that, I think we are about to move into our opening statements so we can tee up the opposition viewpoint. So we are going to move into it. Keep on sending us. Tag James W. or myself at Amy Newman if you would like to get your comment talked about. But if you want your comment shown very specifically on screen, we always love super chats. It helps support the channel, and we will add that to the show. It'll become part of the show. And so with that, we are going to bring it to our headliner tonight for bringing it up, because that's right. We are indeed skeptic and ranting, but James W., we are skeptic and ranting
out there
on the flaws of Reconstruction. Floor is all yours.
So yeah, if you guys remember, we looked at video 1 about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago from this particular individual. He's kind of a newcomer on the debate scene. I've seen him in a few panels, a few side chats. He was, if you guys remember a few days ago, that infamous showdown on Praise I Am between Erica and Donnie standing for truth. He was kind of in the background of that a little bit, which if you guys haven't seen that is a great interaction from that. Of course, everybody on our side, we know Erica. She's really good at what she does and how she explains human evolution. She knows all about it. She's a primatologist, or going to be one. So she's got the good. She knows what she's talking about, and she's really able to hold Donnie's feet to the fire. Great interaction. It's actually pretty long. I want to say at least an hour, give or take, almost as if it was a full debate. But yeah, check that out. But so we watched one video from this gentleman who seems like a wonderful gentleman personally, but in terms of substance, so last video that we saw, if you guys remember, a lot of it was him repeating Kenobi talking points as if he were like a parrot that had lived in Dinosaur Adventureland for 5 years and then flew away. There's a lot of his things, he just repeats what Kent would say verbatim, almost verbatim, including like some of the same jokes that Kent would make, which, yeah, anyway. So here we are to take a look at video 2, the second video he's done. Tried to demolish evolution. This one, a lot of it seems to focus on like the fossil record and how we know what we know about the fossil record and evolution and what that tells us. And I mean, I'd like to tell you it's not just the same boilerplate cliche arguments that they bring up over and over again. A lot of it is that, but there's also some new gems. There's also some new nuggets that he has he's been able to find, or that he thinks he's been able to find, problems he's been having with evolution. And you know, the thing is, you can't force somebody to understand something. If they're bound and determined that they are not going to understand it, you can't force them to, right? So even though most of these, I'm sure this gentleman is a round earther, there are flat earthers out there, and they have objections to the globe model, and their objections are horrible, like really bad, terrible, dumb, infantile objections. Wrong, demonstrably wrong, every single one of them, yet they just keep reasserting them over and over again, no matter how many times you disprove them. I mean, maybe they'll come up with some new ones, but they're all based on the same types of fundamental mistakes, misunderstandings, lies, distortions about reality that these guys cling to. And you know, why do young Earth creationists, why do flat earthers, why do they cling to these so tightly? Because it's all they really have. They don't have anything else. All they have are these bad arguments, these debunked talking points. They don't really have anything else, so they cling to them because they don't really have anything else to hang their hat on. It's you know, it's like putting together a puzzle. You could take two pieces that don't fit together, you could just force them to fit together, and you could do that. Doesn't mean they look like they fit. It doesn't mean it works. It just means that they forced them together. Anybody else looking at it can clearly say, no, those pieces don't go together. It does not follow. And the job of these young Earth creationists, the job of these professional flat earthers, is just make it appear that they believe these pieces fit together. Like, no, totally, yeah. Oh, clear match. Of course they fit together. And they have, in one hand, they've got the Bible, and then they've got reality. And those pieces do not fit together, okay? They don't work together. You can either go with one or the other, a literal interpretation of the Bible or reality. You can't have both. So they just try to make them fit together, and it's very amusing when they do it, because it's so easy for somebody to see who is not in the cult, for somebody who is not wrapped up in this, who does not need to believe this for emotional reasons. It's very easy for us to see what's going on. but it's very hard for them to admit it, what's going on. And so a lot of times they make these claims, and it seems like they're grasping for straws. And make no mistake, they are. They are really grasping for straws. But if you spend all your time on these channels, on these young Earth creationist channels, consuming their content, you would probably think that in the universities, in the labs across the world, like there's a crisis going on, like where in the biology departments where the evolution is like on its deathbed, it's dying, and they are desperately doing anything, these professors and scientists, to try to prop this dead, dying theory up. And it's about to be gone any day now. I mean, of course, reality could not be further from the truth. Reality is that the real experts, they are so far ahead of this. They are leaving these people behind in the dust, and they are not looking back. They're not wasting their time to try to prove this to people who just don't want to believe it for emotional reasons. And so it falls onto a lot of that falls onto us, because they're actually doing things that benefit humanity. They're applying what they've learned about the natural world to the benefit of humanity, to build a better world, to make better medicines, to have a more accurate understanding of reality. That's what science can do. That's a scientific method, which is the antithesis of what religion does, right? Science, we look at the natural world, we look at reality, we try to figure out how it works. Religion begins with, this is how reality is, this is how it goes, and they try to make reality fit that. And it doesn't. And it's kind of amusing watching them try to make it seem like it does, but it doesn't work. And I think we're going to see some of that today. I think you ready, Andy?
Say about 30 seconds, and we're about to switch up, give mine, and then...
So we've got a short video. Well, short. It's about 36 minutes, but we will we'll try to get through it as quick as possible, have a short open mic. And yeah, we will be back tonight for the debate, 9 p.m. on Standing for Truth channel. Probably be 2 hours, give or take. So we'll probably be back here 11:30, 12 o'clock-ish. And yeah, have an open mic. Tell us what you think of the debate, as we are wont to do, as we enjoy hearing from our subscribers, our viewers. You guys are what keep us going. The privilege that we have, that we get to talk to you guys, and you guys actually listen to what we have to say. It's a true honor, a true privilege, the platform that you guys have given us. So we couldn't be happier with the community that we have. We wouldn't trade you guys for anybody because of the love and support that you guys have shown for us. Hope everybody's out there having a great night. Yeah, it was a little later show. Tuesdays for me. Tuesdays, work tends to run a little late on Tuesday, so it is what it is. Have a good night, Michael.
And all right, could not help myself. James was giving me a little bit of time myself because this guy just pissed me off. And so might as well get into the flaws of Reconstruction. You mean us helping the South post-Civil War? No. Instead, this is about why creationists think the fossil record not a fossil, is not an accurate way of collecting organisms. Why? Well, mostly Jesus. But they can't just say the quiet thing out loud. Thus, the used car salesman shtick begins. They have to quote mine people who disagree with them, attempt to slander views by saying they are tied to bad people, or dismiss the evidence that convinces experts, which is the main thrust of these young earthers' arguments. That to lay or non-scientists, these bones don't look like much. It's only these high and mighty, stuck up, super well-paid scientists. Those are the ones tricking you. But you know who has your best interest? These preachers, priests, rabbis, and imams. Ho, 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 with their collection plates full, and oftentimes on a jumbo jet. But the flaws of Reconstruction, yeah, that's that there's no way to reconstruct a miracle. But the fossil record, that fits just right. Thank you. And all right. I can't help myself. I'm going to be right back 1 second real quickly. But all then we are about to move into the opposition viewpoint because we are skeptic and ranting.
We are.
Onto the flaws of Reconstruction.
It's funny. We both made the same joke about the South.
I will say,
even though that was in your thing.
I was thinking about that, but when it gets recorded later and all of that, and it's jokes, and we'll both have good jokes, and so exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's what I thought when you first sent it to me as well. Is Reconstruction. What the is he? I almost wanted to say more things. I wonder, is there something about that Civil War? Is there a book that maybe have supported that?
Well, I mean, it was an interesting time period. You can look at, did they not do enough? Did they do too much? It was a tough time period. Looking back on it, they probably didn't do enough, a lot of the things that they put in place, because a lot of these southern states were able to sidestep a lot of the things that were initially put in place. So that's why we had to have another reckoning with it 100 years later to undo all the apparatus of discrimination and repression that was put in place despite the Reconstruction, despite their efforts to prevent it. But yeah, that's a matter of history, but it is kind of interesting that they use that same title. We're just talking about bones in the dirt that scientists find, bones that they find. And it's funny because the bones that they find tell us a very different story than what their book tells us. Very different. And so that's a problem for them. That's a problem. The fossil record, they don't like it because it's very hard for them to argue with it, and they do grasp for straws. They like to talk about genetics. They feel kind of safe in that because it's just data on paper. Data needs to be interpreted, and data can be played with. And yeah, so they feel kind of safe in that. Like they can kind of dodge and duck and play around with the genetics and the models, and they can kind of come up with their own narrative about it. But what does that actually? What does that data extrapolate to? What does genetics extrapolate? Extrapolates to living creatures, to life itself, and we have a record of that in the rocks of the earth. It tells us a very different story than what their book says, and it tells us a different story from their very unique, very novel, uh, very eccentric interpretation of human genetics. It tells a completely different story. So you have to ask yourself: do we accept reality, or do we accept their version of genetics? And it reminds me of like Age of the Earth debates. Like I think everybody's familiar with Sal Cordova. Um, Certainly a very smart person, a very polite, cordial person. He hasn't been on our channel in quite a long time, but that's okay. Um, Doing debates about the age of the Earth and having many, many, many factors pointed out to him that demonstrate that the Earth is much older than what their book says. Him saying, well, tell you the truth, I'm not prepared to address almost any of those, but I do have these one or two data points that I have that seem to kind of indicate a young Earth. So what do you got to say about that? And I would say that when we have a body of knowledge, when we have many data points pointing in one direction, we just have a couple that seem to point in another direction, you might have to ask yourself, is everything else we know about reality wrong? Or maybe is there a problem with those data points that seem anomalous? Maybe the problem is with them, not with reality, or not with the overwhelming consensus of scientists who study the field. Doesn't mean necessarily that something's automatically true just because it's consensus or whatnot. It doesn't matter what people believe. What matters is why they believe it, if it's supported. And if it's supported, if they can give good reasons why they believe what they believe, then it's not an appeal to authority, because it's just an appeal to reality at that point.
And all right, I think we are about to get into the opposition viewpoint.
All right, gentlemen, you know what that means. Line up, pants down, for our pantsless apologists.
That's right. We have Iron and Gavin already ready.
Amy will be inspecting. And the size queen will be walking around with a ruler.
I will say, and I use that for a dual purpose. I measure things and I whack things.
Listen, I would not want to be that guy, Amy, who came without permission. I would not want to be that guy, because he could be in trouble.
Exactly. Don't be a naughty boy. And we are going to get into.
If you're good, if Gavin's good, you'll give him permission eventually.
Of course.
When he's earned it. Yeah.
When he's been a very good boy.
Yeah, you got to earn it.
They can't wear pants anymore, but anything else.
Crotchless Speedos?
Yes, very much like whack things like. Well, a little bit of both. Regis. But with that,
Just thinking
we
of
are
Porky's, the infamous bathroom scene, which probably before your time, but
what is the movie called?
Porky's. It's
Porky?
a mid-80s movie.
But I haven't seen it.
Guy goes into the locker room. Three boys. They're behind the girls' showers, looking in, and one of them sticks his dick through a hole in the tile. And then one of the gym teacher comes and grabs it.
Oh my!
It's amazing. Yeah. But
I miss
not the kind of gym teacher you would want grabbing yours.
Oh, I get you. Let me tell you, that's generally gym teachers. No offense to anyone who is a gym teacher in here, but it's the same with my gym teacher. All of my gym teachers were fat and like I don't know why. Like, I've found that I feel like that is just maybe you become a gym.
Like the ball breaker.
And we are.
Yeah, can she identify that? Yeah, they suggested to have the police send over a sketch artist because she wanted to identify which boy had stuck his dick through that thing, and she wanted the principal to have a lineup so she could inspect the boys and tell which one had done it so he could be punished. And so they said, well, why don't you just have the police send a sketch artist over, and then she can give a description. They can put up posters all over the store, all over the school. Have you seen this prick?
Listen, James, if there's one thing that I have a lot of expertise in, it's dealing with pricks. I'll put that out there.
PhD, prick. The PMP, her PhD is for prick.
Also, just a funny thing that I can't help is just watching Mark debate Aunt Movind and just being like, hey, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, Mr. I feel like it just gets under. He's so used to like them just the LARPing of his academia. Do. Anyway, let's get into the opposition viewpoint. In fact, we are watching a channel. Speaking of official channels, I guess they're slowly being taken down, right, James? Studio 215 official from the episode Evolution Exposed number 2, DVD number 2, The Flaws of Reconstruction. And with that, we are getting into it.
I'll just say, I mean, it's because Ken Hovind had the word official in his channel title. So therefore, this gentleman thinks I need to have official in there somewhere, even though, is there an unofficial Studio 215 channel? I mean, are we the official YouTuber Amy Newman channel? I mean,
well, that's I keep on saying it's these little trade. I feel like things have to be earned. I guess that's the little titles. If you have to have everyone look at you and be like, you need to call me this, you need to call me that. Is that it? Now that I've looked into it, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's. I always make the joke like he probably has a doctorate in basket weaving, but like if there is an actual doctorate in basket weaving, that is probably way more. Like someone probably had to spend hours and hours and hours and hours, way more of
imagine lab credits,
research, lab methodology, having to present in front of people, their peers,
other basket weavers,
yes,
other expert basket weavers.
And so we make that joke, and that joke really isn't at the bar for what it is, because that actually implies that he would put in the time and effort into something. No, I haven't.
Oh boy.
Is it as bad as I assume it is?
Oh yeah, worse. Like, I get it. It's from like the early 90s, late 80s. Spell checker wasn't a thing back then. It didn't, because when I type something up, it's like brutal with the spell, like every almost other word. But still, if you're going to be submitting
almost my entire thing is in red,
thesis, a doctoral dissertation, you kind of should be a little more. This is not just something an email you're writing to your brother or somebody. This is for a doctorate degree. You should take that seriously, but apparently not. Apparently it's like writing to the address on the back of the box of Frosted Flakes for your Tony the Tiger calendar.
Yeah, they get them from diploma mills. With that, I think there were comments from way back. But we'll do them. So keep on sending in comments. We'll keep on.
Are we gonna put this at 125 maybe?
I think I'll be. I actually.
Yeah.
Got your back. And so we're gonna join it and hoin it.
That's quite Big Bad Mama. It starts with hello.
My name is
Ken
Kenobi.
Yeah. Literally like one of those name tags you would wear at like a convention, like, hello, my name is Ken Holen.
Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome to Dinosaur Adventureland. I beat you. Welcome to Dinosaur Adventureland. I beat you. I like it. We got this.
I didn't body slam my wife. It's a lie.
It's a lie. The first wife lied. The second wife lied. The third wife. What wife am I on? The fourth wife. She's definitely the one
He's
telling
on
the
number
truth.
4, yeah.
Ignore all of the others. They're liars and whores.
And just so you know, Amy, I'm a sex machine.
I can imagine. It's the Hawaiian t-shirts. Drives me crazy.
He wants everybody to know that he's a sex machine.
He is. You know what he's not, James? A YouTuber.
Not anymore. No.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
YouTuber. Wait. No, it doesn't. It says actually no. No, it doesn't. Anyway, we are Skeptic and Ranting. We are going into the opposition viewpoint of Studio 215 official The Flaws of Reconstruction, his second episode of Evolution Exposed. I don't know how you need more than one if you feel like...
Well, there's just so many lies and untruths to expose, you know. It's only so many hours in the day, Amy.
Exactly. So you need to pack it in more. And with that...
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the studio. I'm super excited to bring you our next episode of Evolution Exposed. In today's episode, we're going to be talking about the flaws of Reconstruction. Now, originally, the intention of this episode was to talk about the fakes, frauds, and forgeries of fossils that claim to be evidence for evolution. However, during the research process for this, I wanted to start by explaining how reconstructions work, because this is crucial to the topic of fossils and the final product we see in the museums. To my surprise, this led me down a very deep rabbit hole, and after collecting as much data as I could find on the topic, I decided that the conversation on reconstruction really deserves a video of its own. So I hope you enjoyed today's presentation of the flaws of Reconstruction. We're going to save the fakes, frauds, and forgeries of fossils for our next episode,
which he hasn't made yet, by the way.
Reconstruction.
Still waiting for that one. He hasn't made that third video.
Oh, there's only 2 episodes?
There's only 2 episodes. This one came out about 4 months ago. I'm sure any day now he's gonna get that third one out.
Well, then we better enjoy this scoop. And so I hope you enjoyed today's presentation. And all right, let's get into it.
Let's go ahead and play the intro, and then we'll get straight into it.
You know, nice of him to have a closed caption there. So tells you, like, he self-captions.
Does he? Oh, well, that's at least nice. I've done closed captioning, a pain in the butt, but it's always worth it.
I don't think it's intentional, but...
Oh, really? Well, I would say the algorithm is just so much better now.
No, like, he just had on the screen exactly what he was saying. Like,
I'm really just trying to judge his logo. Just like Beards, I feel like the producer in me. It's decent. Little boring in the animation, but we'll go forward. Not terrible.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and start our presentation with the question, what is Reconstruction? To put it simply, Reconstruction is getting this creature from these bones.
You gotta be kidding me.
So, getting something that we can try to illustrate to, generally speaking, children, though I'm sure we can find these other references.
This creature,
and then... once again, them showing the fragments and them accurately. Yes. Yeah. Once again, there's actually 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, at least over a dozen bones. You find over a dozen bones of the same animal. And he's like,
Now, thing is well, we might find these bones for this one, but we might find another animal that has some of those bones but also different bones, missing some but it's got others. Okay, so now we're putting a more complete picture together. We find a third example which has even more complete than the others. Okay, now we've got a even better idea. maybe we fixed some errors from the first two models that we had to make some assumptions. Nobody's saying like this is exactly how it looked. It had to look exactly this way, and that we're not accepting any further data. We're not looking for no. We make models with what we have, the best, most accurate models, yet we continue to incorporate new data. We look at and incorporate new data, new evidence to make the models closer to reality, right?
And James, can I ask how many bones we have found so far for God?
Empty tomb. Haha, mic drop.
Indeed.
Empty tomb. We didn't even find any bones because Jesus went back to heaven. Body and all. Balls deep.
Balls deep. And that is horrible, Big Bad Mama, saying that Mark was insulted by this guy. He tried to call him inbred and then apologized. I'm glad he apologized. But yeah, once again, they always reach for the lower hanging fruit. And which is terrible because Mark is such a sharp guy, and
It's
I
such
think
a stupid ad hominem attack.
Well,
Oh, come
a
on,
roast
computer, get out of here with
only
that.
works if it's something that, in my opinion, so horribly fits you, but also kind of compliments you at the same time. That is what a good roast is. But if you're just throwing out like, you look dumb, it's like, okay, cool, buddy. And
Fat stupid mama. I called her fat and stupid.
Well, I think we can't help but call like I'll give you a good roast just with our play with Big Bad Mama. I think we love calling her praise because we know she gives praise so much. She takes him to task. And so that is what a good roast actual is. A good roast actual, whatever that English that just came out of my mouth, is that these people, they get insulted.
He knows an atheist.
And
He's
insecure. Sure, but should we take it?
I'm
Welcome,
pretty sure
Chris.
he's just trolling.
Send in love, Chris. Hey, we have Krish and Computer. That means we have two Muslims on stream right now. Woo! Hey,
two trolls also.
I'm just excited, and we have theists that are actually coming in here. Oh wait. Okay. There is no way. Okay, I take that back. There's one Muslim. There's no way you say EA Dawa will prove to you all.
Yeah, that's why I say he's trolling. He's trolling.
Okay, thank you. That's true. I mean, I would say that he's going to have a tougher time than even Kent Hovind in prison. Kent Hovind can like sit in the corner and just preach Jesus and be like, I'm a sovereign citizen and they did me wrong. I'm BVD number 5 said why I didn't have to pay taxes.
They did have to keep moving Kent Hovind around because
really
he did piss. Yeah, he
bitches
like, they moved me like 87 times in the Bureau of Prisons because he would piss people off because a lot of these guys there, these are low security. He's not like a murderer or anything like that. So they're not going to like the big house with the hardened criminals. But a lot of these guys, they're just there to do their time. They've got 5, 8, 10-year sentences. They're not going to be there for life. They just want to do their time as quick and as painfully as possible. And this guy just all the time talking about how he got wrongly convicted. The government's this, that. And yeah, a lot of people.
Wait, Chris says they're not Muslim either. James, we are down to 0. I don't know if this is a victory or just that we are really silly ourselves. Either way, just send in love. I mean, hey, I feel like I studied the Quran myself. I have found, like, within the past year, I've started to read it because it was the number one thing. It was like a loophole I found. No, Computer is definitely not. He's not either. Take our word for it. Just read. He is basically like the person that he is saying that we should all follow is going to prison. and not jail, like prison, like get your ass pounded in prison. And for a while, like he
going
did
to be a registered offense there.
Yes,
so like,
he's going to the he did the thing that we all say that his prophet did. And so
he actually took that shit seriously.
Yes. But James, they were way older than Aisha. I don't know what the legal system is so worried about.
Well, that's true, Pat. Pat's saying he'll get protection from the Muslim community.
Oh, you think?
Prison, so, yeah, maybe.
That is that. Well, what I so I already see that. First of all, he deleted all his comments, all the because he was getting a whole bunch of I'll do this nicely. Good luck trying to get back into Chuck E. Cheese type of comments on his channel, and they're all gone now. All the comments that are on there are like, good luck, brother. Inshallah, Allah. I can't even. Allah snack bar. That is like all the comments now, and so
as opposed to people telling them not to drop the soap and have fun.
Yes, instead of saying enjoy if you like wearing a dress, then maybe do and
oh, come on, Amy. I look better in a dress than you.
I know. Let me tell you the comments I got. I'm also so glad that I got
had a translator say that to Amy before, that he looks better in a dress than she does.
Yes, said one of the reasons why I should not be trans is because they look better than me in a dress. And I was like, oh, is that what you tell your therapist? Good. I had the guy, Danielle, if you're watching this. I shouldn't say Danielle's name. That's doxing. Fred. I get all of these people that they come on so strong. They are so anti-LGBTQ. It is the only thing, and they won't let you drop it. And then you push them and you push them and you push them, and just cum comes out their mouth. And you're like, what was that? And they're like, Saber's addictive. You're like, really? Is it all the pineapple? It's just all that pineapple. Wow.
It's the worms.
It's the worms, I know.
They get in my stomach and in my ass, and they crave it, so they make me crave it.
Oh, James, you don't understand. I have
to guzzle it for them.
That says a thing, and I have worms up my butt. It's just really hard to choose one or the other.
So if you don't mind, Amy, can you feed those worms?
I do.
Feed them, baby. Oh, feed them.
James, we're going to do an exorcism. Are you ready?
Feed the worms.
You ready?
They need it.
Out with you, demons. Out! Out, demons. Naughty demons. Are the worms out? Did we get them? I feel like we did.
I feel like they came out.
Yes.
I don't know. We'll talk to Pastor Bob about it. See what he thinks. Maybe we can send some emojis on his channel.
Iron and Gavin, do you feel like it out? Do you feel like it's their mouths are already full again? And all right, let's get back. We can probably do this for hours. Man. Yes, exactly.
Bone collector.
Back to him criticizing actual science.
These bones.
You gotta be kidding me. You really think people are stupid enough to buy this?
Religion, yes.
I know it's crazy, but reconstruction can be explained as drawing or constructing a model of a living thing based on an incomplete set of fossils. In most cases, these illustrations are based on only a few bones, and in some cases, even a single bone. If that doesn't sound crazy...
Once again, more of it. I guess it is almost unfair to keep on comparing it to nothing, but I'll address the criticism and be fair. A single bone, multiple bones, and eventually when he starts criticizing Lucy, basically 40% of a skeleton. Oh, he's at Lucy. That's not a single bone. We're about there. We're already about is a amazing reconstruction. Woohoo! What is up, Mark? It's a lot of data, is what I'm saying. was
How
just
many
complimenting
of her
you for
species have we
just
found
talking
now?
to Mr. Hoven.
We found dozens of Lucy's, some more complete than the original. So, yeah. As we find more data, more bones, more information, we incorporate that in. Our models get closer to reality. They get more accurate. That's how science works. We don't begin somewhere and say we can never change it no matter what we see. That's religion that does that. Oh, we know, Mark. I'll be debating him tomorrow.
Crazy enough, in a lot more cases than you would think, these reconstructions have even been based on nothing more than a few fragments of a single bone. Don't believe me? Let's take a look at this clip of Donald Johanson explaining his excavation that led to the discovery of the Lucy fossil.
The heart check.
It was a Sunday morning back in 1974. So I came up here, looked at this, had no idea what was going on. It was.
By the way, if you can't see the screen, he's showing what are referred to as actual scientists. So him, actual scientists.
Right in this area, right here. What I saw was a fragment of bone, and I looked at it and almost instantaneously said, that's a hominid.
What I saw was a fragment of bone, and I looked at it and almost instantaneously.
I was an expert in my field, and I knew something from picking up and looking at it.
I mean, does he not think these people look at these bones all day, every day for years? Okay, yeah. When you have that level of knowledge and expertise, yeah, you can look at something that jumps out at you. You immediately can tell what it is. Yeah. You or I might look at those bones and we wouldn't know what heads or tails to make of them because we're not experts in the field.
Yes, that's kind of... You shouldn't be able to just pick up something and just figure it out. He's not a bachelor's, a master's, a graduate of any level. And so sending love out there to you, computer, who I'm still mostly convinced that you're definitely not EA preschool, but like I am sincere. I would say,
thank you, Chris.
I don't want to say that we're more sincere than other people because that sounds really unsincere. I find that many of the Skeptic channels actually put out great content and are pretty wear their heart in their sleeve. I feel like James and I are among those ranks that just, I hate to say telling it like it is because that also sounds like we're now politicians. James, we're just trying to tell it like it is.
We're straight shooters.
Straight shooters.
Tell you, yeah.
Guy is. We have 1 vote for not troll, 1 vote for troll.
I see it.
It's a democracy here, though. That's what's great about this channel. All right, we're going back to the flaws of Reconstruction. We are Skeptic and Ranting.
He said, that's a hominid.
This is the face you look like when you have no expertise.
Don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm making fun of people who actually do know stuff.
Also, for just fans of... I just have to... Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Such skepticism. Very skeptical of that bone. Oh, hey, I found the bone. Knows what it is. Go figure.
All right, guys, I don't claim to be a genius, but it doesn't take a genius.
I believe in the South they would say, oh, bless your soul.
But, I mean, it's good to be humble. It's good to realize that. But then you're looking at people who do actually know what the fuck they're talking about and saying they're dumb. Yeah.
Wait, computer, if we're blind... Oh, wait. Hold on. James, confirm this with me. It's a green C, has a little YouTube thing next to an icon. It says computer, which is in a lovely, YouTube computer. It's in a lovely blue. YouTuber computer, exactly. YouTuber computer.
But how do we know when you see green that you see the same green I see? We don't know that. So, like, you could see red, but I could see by green, and we would never be able to tell.
Did you just say by green? Because that's kind of what I am.
Yeah.
What?
You would look at a lime and see blue, but I would see green, but we would both call it green.
Indeed. Both be wrong. But yeah, it doesn't seem like we're blind. I don't know. I feel like we're passing the sighted test. Hold on. All of you are just blind. Wait, I'll give it a 50. All of you are just... No. Maybe I memorized it, though.
Pat's exactly right. Like, the amount of work and study that goes into a field like this, into paleontology, and, the amount of work and data and study that they have to do. I mean, and they just come up and hand wave it all away and say it's all nonsense. It really is... it's an insult to reason and intelligence.
And they then have the audacity to turn around and say that the experts in the field, and us accepting what the experts say is their favorite words is fairy tale, generally because we call them and their stories and their mythologies a fairy tale. It is the word we're looking for is mean. You really shouldn't say that religion and the religious tales are very close to Pixar movies. However, it is kind of true.
Is to tell you that little bitty bone fragment doesn't tell you much about the animal it belonged to.
Doesn't tell you very much. Doesn't tell you very much.
Exactly. Yeah. I know I feel guilty even using it, okay? Because I feel like it's been the internet's new favorite insult is everyone has recently learned out what Dunning-Kruger is. And so they just stare at everyone. No, you have Dunning-Kruger. No, you have Dunning-Kruger. No, you. Okay, we get it. But I have never seen, this does seem, I shouldn't say I've never seen it backwards because now I'm being hyperbolic. Let's be as non-hyperbolic. This seems like an example of someone not having knowledge of something and being extremely confident in that area because they don't have knowledge of it. Does that not just seem like this is what this is, James?
Like the extent of his knowledge is maybe reading a few articles on Wikipedia and watching some like creationist videos, and that's the sum total of what he actually knows about the subject.
www.jesusblogspot.com. And this is what I mean, computer. I like poetry. Okay, listen. I do open mics. Okay, I go up in front of random strangers and try to convince them that I'm relatable. Very hard to do. Half the time I fail. Alongside me is someone getting their bagpipes ready and someone trying to get a coffee stain off of their poetry, okay? And I find that when religious people want to talk how badly something is, they're very literal. They're like, evolution doesn't work because the flagellum gelum, I can't even say it, bacteria flagellum, yes, it can't act with a motor right away. And then when we're like, for something, give us really something specific in the Bible, Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, they're like, in your heart, you will find people you love. And they're like, isn't it amazing and the best truth that basically proves God? I'm like, no, it was written on a fortune cookie, and I replaced that line out with a different one of yours just to see if you could tell the difference.
But Amy, what if I told you the Bible says there's a lot of stars in the sky? Like so not just stars. A lot, like like an insane amount of stars.
I take that claim up. What if I were to say like an insane amount of iron stars? All of them, just
obviously iron,
iron,
pure
stars.
iron, pure iron,
pure iron.
Yeah.
They're all in the sky, burning so bright. Once,
I mean, what else is going to make them burn if they don't?
but this is what I mean, and I feel like I'm going back and forth. There's no way. Maybe he hit it so well that he was like, let's take the slight chance that you are not.
Yawa.
Yeah, like, because once again, they do the amount of arguments I get for like, you don't understand how old Aisha was. She was really 12. It's like, great. Was she still wearing braces? Anyway, she's just playing with dolls. Do.
Playing with dolls.
That's right. Dunning-Kruger was made up by the Zionist Illuminati to stop people from doing independent research and exposing the truth. James, the fact that you can even type that and not be assaulted by Mossad right now, that's what's impressive.
Very.
Just
You're
say
basically Adolf Eichmann at that point.
I also just want to point out that there used to be an old world order, but they were really lame. Ugh.
With the intention of finding something.
Yes, we are watching the Flaws of Reconstruction. We're Skeptic and Ranting.
To prove the transition from apes to humans. He finds one single bone fragment in the location that was shown in the video, and then he says, well, that's
No. He found one bone as an expert and said this is or at least appears to be a homonym. They then got super excited, and he got his graduate student.
Excited, yeah.
Exactly. And got his graduate student. They then started excavating and spending weeks. They then got an entire team.
Looking for bones?
I'm not sincere. It baffles me. I dare say, don't think you're sincere. I play my Uno reverse card.
Yeah, just ignore it.
Because,
I
want to talk. We want to talk with Theus. We want to get our attention taken away from the thing as long as it's on topic. However, I don't know. I'm going back way. Like, I'm 50-50 on you, computer. Like, I want to be convinced you're a real Muslim. Give me a good argument. I've read Good Portia, Can I Join the Live? Eventually, but this isn't, unless you are going to defend the flaws of
you won't hang around that long.
Fossils. Yes. Is that you saying we should invite him?
No.
Okay. I don't think
I think we should just ignore him until the...
Gotcha. We will have an open mic at the very end. Yes, exactly. But we're getting through this.
That's it. There's the proof. Let's keep looking for the rest. Keep in mind, he doesn't find the rest of the bones for his Lucy creation until he searches a cave more than 100 yards away from the site of the first bone fragment.
I'd be very skeptical about that claim.
Well, what generally ends up happening is they get an entire excavation site because, like, the way that they want to find a skeleton is like it needs to be 100% perpendicular. It needs to be, the entire
everything right there.
Yes, and that isn't how fossils work.
Now,
generally speaking,
2.3 million years old, roughly 2.3 million years old.
Yeah, and the environment, the land changes, and storms and
animal activity. Animals pick up bones
and the rest of the body degrades. It is generally just that, and that is the only thing.
Yeah,
and there's lots of animals that don't have anything that are very squishy. They're not going to leave anything behind.
Of a football field away before he finally finds more bones. So it's pretty obvious that these bones are at least from two.
Once again, they also found that all of these were from the same organism. They found 40% of the same organism, which is Lucy.
Completely different creatures. There is a lot more foul play involved to expose on this one, but we'll save that for our next episode of the series when we focus.
We're waiting for it.
fossil frauds in much greater detail. So consider these clips that I'm about to show you a sneak peek into our next episode.
Waiting for it.
There's a lot of questionable practices that go into all of these iconic evidences for evolution. So we should always be cautious when claims like this are made and investigate the details for ourselves before we accept it as true. But even as suspicious as the excavation process can be, the reconstruction process can be even more suspicious and intentionally deceptive.
Again,
what makes the reconstruction process even more suspicious is that when these scientists only find a few bone fragments and it's nowhere near enough evidence to convince the public of their new creature, what they have been known to do is they just go into their bone rooms in the museum and just pick out whatever bones they have stored in a box.
Oh, totally, yeah.
It's their model. Basically, they just mix and match whatever they want to create a new creature.
And he knows this how?
This, of course, is total nonsense.
This is not just a conspiracy theory made up by the creationist community. The secular scientific community openly admits to this, and I have the proof.
I'd like to know myself about this as well, and some evidence would be good, please.
Here is another video clip from an interview with one of the curators at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History, openly admitting to this practice.
Whoa, hang on.
The story of this is in late 1898, Andrew Carnegie was reading a newspaper in his apartment in New York City when he saw a headline that said
98.
Yeah, modern science.
You're saying there was a hoax skeleton 1898.
Well, yeah, so therefore, anything we found since then, we could just assume it's a hoax, right?
Yeah, clearly.
Obviously.
most colossal animal ever on Earth just found out
he
west.
looks so innocent here, though. It's the most innocent. I mean, he's such a used car salesman, but look at that face, right? That's what you're going to say?
Yeah. I wouldn't buy the car.
And this in like, late 19th century newsprint, a huge format, all caps headline.
I like his music too.
His like such as when it ate, it filled a stomach.
Like video clips.
3 elephants. And my personal favorite, when it was angry, its terrible roar could be heard 10 miles, which of course we have no idea.
Yeah, they're just riffing.
Which of course we have no idea.
They're just making. So is that actual scientific paper, or is that just popular science media material where people just speculate? It looks like just, oh well. Yeah, that's a big ass creature. You could probably hear if that thing made a roar. You could hear it from miles away. You probably could if it was big enough. I mean, yeah. That's not the science, though. That's not in a scientific paper or study. Just somebody postulating something. It actually seems pretty reasonable.
It, once again, to me, it intuitively makes sense. That doesn't mean it's true, because that's also where all of the empirical evidence lies. That is what the real key is. Send in love, apologists. There you go. Even theist, atheist, we can come together right now.
On Amy Newman.
Yeah. And I just don't know why. Yes, that's right. With permission, and if you're a good boy or girl. But I just like that this guy, this is like video mining. Like, this guy's so excited to show like this little off-color thing from over 100 years ago.
Look what they thought back then. That's kind of silly, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Nowhere does that mean that, the entire field is just bullshit.
And it's dishonest to do this. To pretend like these people don't believe in evolution or the fossil record.
It's like awesome, like yellow journalism, or whatever. And so, but Andrew Carnegie, obviously was a really bright guy and one of the, wealthiest people in the world at that time, was not a paleontologist. And so he bought this story hook, line, and sinker. So he sends a note to the then director of our museum that says, can you buy this for Pittsburgh? Unfortunately, it ultimately becomes kind of revealed to them that this entire newspaper article was based on a single chunk of thigh bone.
This entire newspaper article was based on a single chunk of thigh bone.
Happily, however, the discoverer of this supposed most colossal animal, William Harlow Reid,
fossils behind
knew of other places in south central Wyoming where you could find dinosaurs. And so he led the Carnegie team around. And then in early July 1899, they found the first few bones of what would turn out to be about 2/3 of the skeleton of one of these giant long-necked dinosaurs. These are all called sauropods. They're the largest dinosaurs that we know of. So they collected everything they could collect of that, boxed it up, sent it back to Pittsburgh, came back to the same site in southeastern Wyoming the next year in 1900, and even better, found a second skeleton of the same kind of dinosaur lying next to the first one. Yeah. So when people come into the Dinosaurs in Their Time exhibition here at the Carnegie Museum,
how he's like, yeah.
Suck it, atheist.
When they look at the
Suck it, science.
they're seeing a skeleton that's about 90% original fossil. Every
Can we do on-air editing?
look at the Diplodocus skeleton. They're seeing a skeleton that's about 90% original fossil.
Wow, James, look, we can do that too.
Yeah. Can we now?
We can.
Every bone of that 1899 skeleton, the first skeleton of Diplodocus carnegii to be discovered, is built into the mounted skeleton upstairs, as are many bones of the second skeleton from 1900, the bones that filled in the missing parts, basically, of the first one.
The bones that filled in the missing parts, basically, of the first one.
But is it the same animal, right? I mean, it's the same animal. You do realize, like, even though we're not exactly the same size, but they're kind of the same. My thigh bone and someone else's, though the size will be different, but they'll look structurally the same.
Dancer, there's nothing wrong with that. They are taking basically either things that people say out of context, or they are just saying things that are facts and they're trying to make it look silly.
So, like, now what we'll do, now they make casts of these, they make models of them. So we find one bone and you can cast it, you can make a model of it, and you can, because a lot of what you see in the museums are models of it. They're not the actual bones. Okay, but they didn't have that back then. So if they want a complete skeleton, you might have to take bones from different animals of the same species, though. It might be a different member of the species, but it's not like taking bones from a completely different, unrelated animal and trying to pass it off as, as something it's not. They were just working with what they had.
They are experts that are actually trying to figure it out.
Working with what
archaeologists and geologists and anthropologists. They are not a guy who looks like he works at Circuit City. Nothing wrong with Circuit City.
To this mix and match process that I'm referring to.
Telling you that the Windows Phone is great.
Yes. I believe that there are dinosaurs that existed and maybe some that are still alive today.
Oh, well, congratulations. Okay, Amy. He believes that there were dinosaurs existed, but did you catch that last part?
Did he just say...
He did, he made the Holen complaint. Because okay, so he believes there were dinosaurs. Okay, all right, well, who the fuck cares what he thinks, okay? I mean...
Hey, James...
I believe that there are dinosaurs that existed and maybe some that are still alive today.
Okay. The first part was okay. You went off the fucking deep end with that second part.
Woo. Fucking creationists.
Yeah. Well, truth be told, okay. You want to call birds dinosaurs, then okay. They are alive today. They're fucking birds. Go to Chick-fil-A and you can have a dinosaur sandwich.
It's true. I get a $5 dinosaur bucket.
I had some dinosaur tonight.
There you go. Sponsored by Dinosaur.
Fried dinosaur.
But we are looking at the flaws, quote unquote, of Reconstruction, as in this dude doesn't think you can reconstruct fossils. That's really...
It just
blows really where we are.
Like it goes over his head.
Like our education system, right over his head. Once again, I don't want to be mean, but that's mean but true. That's not low-hanging fruit. This is middle school biology.
You're putting out content, basically. I mean, you're kind of opening yourself up to it.
It's true. It's true.
Maybe you're speaking about. maybe you're speaking about something you actually shouldn't be speaking about if you don't actually know what the fuck you're talking about.
And we're the Dove soap of criticism, all right? We're gentle. We wash right onto the skin.
Amy uses lube.
Exactly. We use both hands.
However, I think we have a very crude interpretation of what we picture them to be.
Yeah.
If this is your first time hearing this, I assure you this isn't the first time they have openly admitted to this practice. There are countless
that the scientists are making up fossils. Unfortunately, it's not the first time for us because we listen to a lot of crackpot apologists. But generally speaking, most people would tell you to get to the other side of the bus, and they'd be like, "I'm sorry, I'm going to go over here now."
Scientific articles that also admit to this same practice. Let's go ahead and take a look at a few of these
he got his degree from
also evolution-approved sources. The first one we're going to look at is titled "How Museums Put Dinosaurs Together." I'm going to go ahead and blow it up so you can read this little.
You got his degree from DVD number 5.
Part with me. And let me turn off my camera.
I like how this is so important. He needs to shout out. 84 of the bones were cast from originals on site, while the rest of the skeleton was filled with new bones based on observations of similar dinosaurs. Dun, dun. That is exactly what should happen.
So, right, like we said before, sometimes they don't find complete skeletons. They have to make certain assumptions as it is. No one's saying that this is exactly how the dinosaur looked. We're not willing to consider new data or evidence because we already know. No, we get as close as we can. We take the data we have, but we go out and we keep looking for more data. And when we get more data, we integrate that into the model to make it better, more accurate to reality. Yeah, no one's saying we have absolute knowledge.
Sounds terrible.
I know. Well, from their standpoint, they begin with the Bible, and they force reality to conform to it. They force the evidence. They force those puzzle pieces to fit together. And when they don't fit, they just force it together and tell you, too bad. You better think it fits. You better look at these two and say they fit. Otherwise, God's going to burn you. Yeah,
exactly. And they start with the answer and then work backwards, basically.
Definitely.
Boop-a-doop. Thank you, phone. Also, a reminder to check your phones. And we're jumping into it. We are watching The Flaws of Reconstruction. Evolution Exposed number 2, apparently. And we are Skeptic and Ranting.
It says here, 84 of the bones were cast from originals found on site. Keep in mind, 84 bones is not a lot of bones in a dinosaur's body. Okay, that's probably less.
And
dozens
you know this
of
because
bones. And this
you know this because
is like, yeah, James, he got his degree from Dairy Queen, so he's got this.
I mean, it also depends on which bones. Like, if you have large bones, then yeah, you can kind of get a much better idea about the size and shape of an animal versus the small. It depends on what bones.
The Great Natural History Museum conspiracy. It's also haunted. Just putting it out there.
Than 1/3 of the skeleton. Then it goes on to say, while the rest of the skeleton was filled in with new bones based on observations of similar dinosaurs. So let me ask you a question. How did they observe this dinosaur to accurately fill in the bones?
So a good portion.
I mean, in order to observe something, don't you have to see it intact? More than likely alive and and walking around?
No.
What? No. Like, this is what I mean about saying silly things with confidence. Like, he's asking that. Wouldn't we want to see a living dinosaur that's just going like this?
I mean, what's he? So we can't see a living dinosaur, so therefore we just have no idea what they. We have no idea. All these bones we find, we have no idea what they look like. We shouldn't even try. We shouldn't even try to imagine how they looked or, build models of, because we just don't know, because we never saw one alive. So fuck all this science. Let's just go home and read the Bible.
Also, I just want to put it out there. This is like my running joke with Islam, because I think right now the rival is atheist versus Islam, and my joke is that I think Muslims will eventually choose the PS7 whenever that does come out. And so I am hoping. I think we got better shit. That's what I'm trying to say.
Pornhub and Grindr will defeat
And
it.
they have to pray 5 times a day. I rhyme, James. That's all I really am on this podcast to be. Really. Randolph, I assume, like Randolph says that he is on to promote atheism and he's on to make puns. We know why Randolph streams. We know.
Don't spoil his fun though.
Exactly.
They say that they filled in the bones based on observations of similar dinosaurs, but who's to say those dinosaurs are accurate too? They've never found a full skeleton. So really, this is all left to their imagination. And they're just...
Well, James, therefore, we can't believe any of the fossils. They've never found a full one.
I mean, if we find like a 90% complete, we have no idea what it looked like.
Actually,
don't even
that's
bother.
Not true. We find 100% complete skeletons all the time. We just then have to call the police. I guess not you and me personally, James, but human beings find them. And they're not fossilized. I'm just kidding. But yes.
Oh, I can hope it has fossilized acorns, a fossilized pickle from a refrigerator. Doesn't take millions of years. Can happen in a few years.
Just don't check. I'm sure whatever's in his basement or at the bottom of the lake.
Just go to your refrigerator right now, Amy, and check that thing of mustard all the way in the back there. It's fossilized. Wow, it's like 2018 on there. 2018. It's fossilized.
But we are skeptic and ranting. Flaws of Reconstruction. What?
Claiming it as a fact. The next article we're going to be talking about is from the Smithsonian, and it's titled, "When Museums Rushed to Fill Their Rooms with Bones." Now, this article is actually talking about the racist nature behind the hunting parties that would kill tribes of Africans.
So, this is, once again, they're using someone who is criticizing old practices and trying to show light on that to say, now we shouldn't have museums filled with bones.
And Native Americans to harvest their bones for museum exhibits. There's tons of atrocious things that have been done in the name of evolution, and it only gets worse.
Yeah, as opposed to bad things being done in the name of religion, you idiot. I mean, weigh the two together. Which one have more atrocities been committed in the name of religion or in the name of evolution? Yeah, and you're right. Back in the 1800s, yeah, racism was pretty common. People had a lot of outdated, defunct, horrible ideas about race that most people today reject. We don't hold those ideas anymore. Horrific. Because they're bad ideas. It's bad information. It's not based on reality. So yeah, nobody today. Yeah, did some people used to look at like Native Americans and Australian Aborigines and say, oh, they're just not as evolved as other peoples. Yeah. Some people thought that. They were wrong. None of us are any more
people
or less
basically
above the other.
look at other people that don't have toasters or whatever, and they say they're less evolved. The Amish are not less evolved just because they're not using electricity. That is not how genetics works. And honestly, it's the funny thing is, in trying to make fun of other people, they're almost always ignorant or, I'm trying to think what the scientific word is. Being stupid? That was, yeah. Oh, BT dubs. So I have Iron and Gavin down below my desk, and then in my basement, I keep lots of subs. Though we invite Dommies over if you'd like. Come one, come daddies, come mommies, come all. We are skeptic and ranting on the flaws of Reconstruction.
Oh boy, James, yes. The Sons of Ham.
Sons of Ham. Oh, I just want ham. I ate at a buffet today and I had ham and it was good. And the ham was good. Oh my, I remember I'm not supposed to be able to eat that because of my upbringing.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
the other upbringing, because my parents eat lots of ham, but technically.
Why would you not?
Even more than
James, don't you want a good ham sandwich? Who doesn't like a good ham sandwich?
Put some cheese on it, yeah, which is a double whammy against Yahweh.
See, now I'm just hungry though.
Get a shrimp cocktail on the side too, just to stick it to God.
That's right. You could
throw a beer in there just to piss Allah off, just to make Muhammad penis be upon him a little more uncomfortable.
The trifecta, the fourfecta. I like how they're having it's not quite a religious war. They're having the Xbox versus Sony versus PC debate. Equally as tragic as a holy war, though. I've seen many people die.
Stadia now, Google State. That's the third one or fourth one.
Oh, night, Pat. Sending so much love, but we hope we got to talk.
Good night, Pat. Hope to see you tomorrow.
Than one episode in the future. But for now, I just want to focus on the reconstruction part.
Oh, please.
So let's go ahead and read this. This is kind of opening us up to the next part that I highlighted that's very important. But first, let's get an idea of what we're talking about. In this part right here, it says, after arriving in Washington, the Dakota Man, which is one of the Native Americans that they killed for his bones, the Dakota Man's bones were placed on display in the Army Medical Museum, though details about any possible exhibit are murky. That's their nice way of saying, yeah, we're kind of embarrassed by that now, so we'd rather not give you the details on that.
Dude, you're not going to say that.
That's why they're reporting on it and telling you and why they're bringing attention.
Yeah, cool. Versus like how they retcon shit in their Bible, whereas we're just like, we acknowledge when people have done fucked up shit. People have done fucked up shit in the name of science. That's true.
You don't learn from the past by putting your head into the ground and going la 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 la, or putting your fingers in your ears.
What they do, they just double down on it and say, yeah, the flood, it was good.
Or that. Exactly. Drowning babies is actually like a pastime for God. That's what he does. He loves it.
I mean, it's been so hard for him. He's had to go almost 4,500 years since he got to drown everybody. He really misses it. Yeah.
Drown somebody.
He really wants to drown a planet again. Maybe he'll make another planet somewhere else so he can drown people again.
Skeleton was most likely used to teach visitors about an emerging field called comparative anatomy, a long-standing scientific endeavor to classify human races on the basis of physical features and appearance. So they made it sound nice and professional and not degrading by the way they worded it here, but back then they didn't see other ethnic groups of people as human beings. So there was no
there's some degenerates in the world that still don't view everyone all as equal. I hate the word. The word that disgusts me the worst is the word subhuman. That word,
intermensch, like with the lower humans,
because there is no proper use of it. It is a word that has a literal no usage because it's just like I said, genetically, there's nothing.
It's not appropriate in any circumstances.
Because yes, I don't need to do. I'm trying to think of it against. It is just so degenerate. Let's continue forward because we are ranting. That is what we are. We're also skeptic here. And I guess the final, it's just I always love the people that it comes from are always just, I hate to say, like, they're not the people advertising that you would want. They're not the Calvin Klein people that are like, oh, we only want beautiful blonde-haired blue people. It's like these incels who would not be touched by a woman with a 100-yard stick, and they're like, we need to keep the white race pure. It's like, really, Billy? I feel like you need to go outside and like see another human being ever, and maybe that would
club or something.
Go to a strip. Oh, I always say,
like, I agree.
Yes, and literally, if you have resentment towards women because you're a virgin, see a whore. Really, like I know it's illegal and the TOS Please forgive me. Give me a freebie, POS.
Do it with Beamsy.
Do it with Beamsy, exactly. He'll take you as a father figure.
He'll show you the ropes.
I feel like you could just save so many a school shooting, so many people just throwing themselves off or whatever. Please just get rid of that V card and then go on with your life. Get yourself a handy if you need something to start up with it.
Even what was I saw? Even the school shooter in Broward, like literally hours before the shooting, he had gotten rejected by a girl in a text message. He was like hitting on some girl, and she already had a boyfriend, and she basically said that it wasn't going to go anywhere. And I don't know if that is what set him off or part of it.
So
anyway, but
we've had a Bob. We've had a Fred. Let's go with a Victor. I had a Victor that was in one of these Discord servers, like the politics and religion. Who knows which one? And this Victor was like, he had in his profile, I am depressed man looking for woman, was basically what he had in his Discord profile in his thing, where people, I have my link, people have like, God is amazing, people put jokes. He had a sentence that said, almost word for word, I am depressed looking for woman. Like, wow, what a sell. Well, and so I spent time in the same time. You know me, unfortunately. I spend way too much time on people and things that I probably shouldn't. And like,
such a big heart. And
listen,
knows no limits.
Now, in my opinion, okay, if you are not a comedian connoisseur and you don't know who Patrice O'Neal is, look him up. And if you don't, then that's okay. Just know that I was giving this guy, in my opinion, some gender-neutral, non-bullshit dating advice.
You just telling it like it is, shooting straight, giving him some tips.
Let me tell you, and I'll just give you some example. Why should anyone like you if you can't like yourself? I'm not saying you got to have an ego. I'm not saying you shouldn't have a big ego. I'm not saying that we don't all have flaws. I can list my flaws for a long time.
It's going to be hard for people to value you more than you value yourself.
Yes.
If you consistently do that, then
I'm seeing people in chat say sounds like that. And I know they are first not only gorgeous and they're a great family, man, all this shit. But like, and the guy wasn't ugly. He's not an ugly guy, but like his only topic, and he would get into such arguments with the people on these servers. Take a sip. And if you will just know these servers in the debate community, the theists, the creationists, especially the conservative creationists, they're mean. They're cruel. They're not there to give advice. And it got to a point where he was almost possibly flirting with theism or whatever, but he was basically saying...
He's a theist, or...
I don't know. It was hard
to
know. He put his tag as like Jesus follower, which is like flirting with Christianity basically on the server. That now almost giving away which server. And I'm cough again. And so but all he would argue with was like about like Andrew Tate type of stuff, like just fucking Andrew Tate, by the way, bad type of, well, and I'm not going to go into that. I feel like that he's how to be a bad pimp, and I'm like how to be a good madam. Enjoy prison, Andrew. Don't treat people with people need to consent. Give the entire industry a bad name. Tricking people into sex work is not only criminal, but really shitty as a human being. Being lightly. Well, what were we talking about?
Didn't have to trick Amy into it.
Didn't have to trick me. That is right. I had to stop. They had to basically slow me down, James. Hold me back.
Hold me back. No, really. Hold me back.
Just put it in. It's right here. I'll go like this.
Okay. Mrs. Attempted Sodomy. Seriously, 5 more minutes? You guys couldn't have
5 more minutes.
Yeah. We could have actually got that sodomy.
How about 3 with an energy drink?
There you go. 5-hour energy.
Exactly. 5-hour energy, 3 minutes. We'll shave 2 minutes.
5-hour sodomy.
Exactly. I've had a guy with a tear duct tattoo come in under a minute. Under a minute. I was so embarrassed for this guy. I gave him $40 back. Not just, I swear.
Under a minute.
Swear to God.
He was that ready to. He was
so
that hair trigger.
Fast. I don't think he got his shoes off. And I just remember what, like, I'm sure it also is another remind me that, well, it's also funny that guys, like, in front of other guys are completely different in front of women. Like, it means I do believe that he's killed someone. And let me tell you, I was killing it myself that night. Oh, God. It should be legal. Thank you so much, big man. Sending so much love.
Real American hero, G.I. Newman.
Night apologist. And look, I'm practicing trigger discipline even on this styrofoam. Okay, it's important, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing that does matter, keeping people safe.
Anyway, won't go prematurely shooting her load.
That's right, unless you're into that. I forget which comedian said this. There's no such thing as a premature ejaculation. It happened exactly when it was supposed to. And with that, we're jumping into the flaws of Reconstruction. So he's bashing the Smithsonian Institute. Like, it's the Smithsonian Institute versus this guy. Versus Circuit City.
A battle of intellectual giants.
Exactly.
Of the field, right?
Oh, and while we do, James Wolfe reminds us.
Speaking of that intellectual giant, James Wolfe on Twitter, Twitch too.
We are live on Twitter too.
Yeah, I was gonna say he might be on.
There's
Twitter
probably
too.
At least one person that knows that. Hello, one person on Twitter. Yeah. I knock it, but you know we gotta grow somewhere. It's always that water and seeds and all that love.
Every view helps.
Okay. I do have to, just because I see love for the props. It just makes me want to all over, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Makes me want to bring out. Oh, we got KJV quit the server I was on twice. She joined the server. She quit because she's like, yeah, all reprobates or whatever. And then she joined.
Mr. Amy Newman. Old geezer with a penis.
She joined because she's like the head admin of the server has convinced me that there are now much more high quality caliber debaters on here. And the first thing she did was post a whole bunch of my porn. Whole bunch of it.
Oh, well, if she did that, she had to watch a whole bunch of your
I guess
porn.
so. Well, at least it's saved on her hard drive. That very much so. And so no one reacted. I basically gave her a kissy emote, and no one said a goddamn thing except for maybe teasing her and me. And she quit again because she got no reaction. Nothing.
I mean, what did she think was going to happen? Like They tried that. Goldie tried that, posting the pictures of you from that Twitter account, from your corset account, and it's just this is just you. I mean,
just me.
It's
none of the pictures I think are ugly. That's the other thing.
Not
which
like
I swear,
demeaning or ugly or unusual.
But that's why I swear it has to come from closet cases, because it's always like people that just like they have all of these picture of like, let's just say the LGBTQ aren't always known for being ugly. There are lots of everyone. There's
yeah.
I was about to say, I have to say it. I was going to say there's fuggos everywhere. I'm a horrible person. Straight, gay, but we love. Damn it. Oh, my.
Get it together, Newman.
Get it together. James. F-U-C-U-S. What does that spell? Great fucking night, I'll tell you. And I want to say no one is ugly on this channel. They're just beautiful people.
Oh, I bet Nate is.
The beautiful people. I mixed LSD with edibles once. I thought I was in purgatory. Oh my god. Whew. That is an interesting. I have not done LSD more than once. I want to do it. I want to try it again. I was gonna frame it a really weird way. I was gonna say I've not done LSD more than once, which is a weird way of saying you've done it. Okay.
And the civility to this process, but I don't want to get too deep down that rabbit hole.
Oh,
here's the part that I really want to focus on. Let me turn off my camera so that you can read along.
Yeah, get back into it.
It says here, in some instances, bones were presumed to be similar enough to be simply interchangeable within racial categories. If the jaw was too broken, I wonder how that happened.
I love this. Like, this is just, it would make sense, this joke almost, if he was trying to convey information. But no, I'm pretty sure it wasn't like a geologist or an archaeologist being like, oh, wonder how this bone's broken. Smack, which is what here.
Hey, Brad?
Yup.
If the jaw was too broken,
yeah, it makes sense,
or shattered for display, the museum could replace the broken or missing bones with another.
Not as LSD, not a toy, but I bought a second tab and I left it in an apartment that I used to, the house apartment, whatever, that I used to live in. And so I really hope whoever found that tab did not open it. Because you think even if you touch it, you don't go like fully. Yes. And so I guess I don't want to.
You went like Hunter Biden.
But like Kitty and your family, I want to just thank you. You took me in when I was homeless, basically. And I hope that you didn't touch my LSD tab. Or if you did, I hope you had a good time. You were amazing. They were amazing.
They probably would have known what it was. I mean, it's
true. They were pretty hip.
Most people come across it or at least know what they look like, the little stampy type things. Yeah, LSD hits.
Yeah.
Similarly sized portion of a different Native American skeleton. So what they're saying here is that they mix and match the bones of these humans.
No,
now,
what they're saying is these people were racist. And that they were just mixing and matching things that they were in their interpretation.
Yeah, this whole thing, this whole racial element, it really is like a red herring because it really has so little to do with modern science and the modern theory of evolution. But they love to go down that rabbit hole because, well, I mean, what else do they have to talk about?
Indeed.
I will give them this. You can accurately mix and match the bones for humans because we observe humans. But if you're doing it for dinosaurs or if you're doing it for half ape, half humans, you can't accurately do that.
Half ape, half human.
Because it's never been observed. So you don't know what you're putting together. It's just imagination at that point. But let's go ahead
just imagination.
And another article. This one is extremely interesting because this one is...
I just want to enjoy this. This is once again why I watch the videos beforehand. Let's just enjoy it together.
Actually from the University of Maryland. And this article...
Maryland. I don't know why.
Was written as a summary of one of their fall semesters of this year, 2022. It's from the Geology 104.
This guy just go roving like random biology department websites.
So this one's a little bit hard to read, so I'm not even going to try and take my camera out so you can read along with me. If you want to read it for yourself, just put it in the comments and I'll send you the link to this article. It says, broken bones need to be repaired and missing bones need to be replaced. In the case of missing bones, they might be sculpted or today 3D printed by mirror imaging the same bone from the opposite side of the body. In other cases, it might be replaced by the same bone from another individual. But again, you've never seen this animal. So how do you know you're accurately mixing and matching these bones? That's the whole point I'm trying to make.
We're doing the best we can.
We're about to get into a lot more detail, but I wanted to kind of warm you up to the idea of how this reconstruction process works from secular sources.
Quote mining secular sources.
So based on what we just read from evolution-approved academic sources, this is essentially the equivalent of someone trying to put together a puzzle when they are missing the majority of...
Hi, computer. Welcome back. Are you drunk? If so, that's kind of like a sign that you may not be as Muslim as you were. Though I've drunk with Muslims before, so, you know, they're more Muslim at home and they're more party in the back, if you get what I mean.
The pieces. So what they do is they just grab a different puzzle box and use those pieces to complete the one they already started. Of course, we know that the picture at the end is going to be completely inaccurate, but it doesn't matter to them because they filled in their gaps.
Not completely inaccurate.
They get paid. With that analogy, we should be able to see that at the very least, this is extremely inaccurate. Not only is this a disingenuous practice, it is completely unscientific and covered in lies. Now, you might be asking yourself, why would all these scientists just lie? Don't they want to find the truth?
They're not.
Well, because they're not lying. The better question is, why would all of these creationists lie? And that, I think, is a way easier puzzle to solve.
It's not lying if you, because they're telling you, right? They're telling you that they had to make copies of these bones, or like they had to do mirror imaging of an analogous bone, and that they had to take from other individuals of the same species. They're telling you, right? They're not lying to you about it. They're telling you exactly what they're doing and why they're making these assumptions. And you know what? They're well supported. They're good. They're reasonable steps and reasonable assumptions for them to make. And you know what? If you find data to the contrary, then present it. Say, oh, you guys are wrong. Here's because we found this bone that completes this animal and you guys had it wrong. Go ahead, present that. They'll update the model if it's right. They will take the new information and say, oh, well, thank you so much. Now we can have a better, more accurate model. We'll change what we were making before, right? Where's the lie?
You would think.
Now, where's the lie? They're telling you exactly what they're doing.
Night, Big Bad Mama. We hope you had a nice time. We're tucking you in. Good night, praise.
Good night. And it's not to be deceptive. They're not trying to create a narrative. They're just trying to give people the most accurate estimation of what these animals look like, using the best data that we have, all the evidence. This is what we think it would have looked like, which is pretty damn cool that we can do that and even get pretty damn close to how an animal looked that lived 60, 70, 80, 100 million years ago. And, I'm sorry that conflicts with your Bible, but it sucks for you.
Well, the answer is actually quite simple. Money. You see, scientists' entire career are financially...
The audacity, once again, to bring up money when all of these religions are non-profits. They make all the money without any taxes, and they oftentimes take money from the most vulnerable around them.
And look, like, everybody needs money. We get it, yeah. Science gets funded, some funding by taxpayers, some from private sources. Yeah, it is what it is. But these scientists are not out there like getting rich. They're not like mega church pastors.
Motivated to confirm these bones they find are some form of transitional fossil that proves evolution. If they can't prove that, they don't get the grants. The financial motivation comes from several sources, but it's mostly from government grants, books, interviews, documentaries, and everything else that comes with the fame and notoriety of discovering something that can be
There you
used
go,
in
James.
evolution theory. Once the scientists claim their discovery fits the evolution theory, usually the government funds.
James says the only paleontologists making a lot of money are those working for fossil fuel companies. Surprise, surprise. Most museums are free. Exactly. The people that they're saying making it is like looking excuse me. It is like looking at a teacher and being like, all these teachers do is wanna be billionaires. And you're like,
Right. Most of them are normal, middle class, regular working Joes like most of these scientists are.
indeed. But, it's those, the plate that goes around, James, they're the ones who need it the most. I feel like the people selling the invisible product.
Yeah, and at least they're putting tangible, real, actual product together. They're giving us real information about the natural world that you can check on. You can verify it. You can have other experts look at it, as opposed to the fucking churches, which just spew bullshit at people for money.
Yep.
Funding is extended or new grants are approved so that they can continue their research. Then there are two teams of artists that are called in with very specific jobs of bringing the creatures to life so they can convince
Which is
the
what
public, because that's their
creationists
whole
do.
goal, is to
Quote
convince the public
research.
of this theory. The first team is the 2D sketch artist. If you don't recognize that photo, we're going to be talking about that a lot in our next episode.
Sure we are.
I'm not going to get into that one for now. The second team is the 3D model artist. These are the people that take the 2D interpretations and then make statues and exhibits in the museum. The 2D sketch artists are usually given a description of the creature by the paleontologist or anthropologist in charge of the discovery. There's no kind of bias there. And this description is generally based on a few bone fragments, as we just showed you in that first clip. The obvious problem with this is that scientists cannot accurately describe the outward appearance of anything based solely on bone structure. This is because the most important factor for determining the physical looks of the eyes, ears, nose, lips, hair, eyebrow, skin, and so on is not based on the bone structure of the creature. In actuality, these features are directly determined by the soft tissue.
No. Giant portion of the creature is determined by the bones. And he's going to do this, but he's going to try and demonstrate his little misdirections in a second. But
so is there some level of artistic license? Is there some interpretation put on it? Sure. But are we talking about little details here or there? Or is the whole thing, is the majority of the representation false or a lie? No. Mostly, the majority of it would be pretty accurate. A few areas may need some interpretation where there might need to be some license on it. We accept that. Again, nobody's saying this is exactly how the animal looked, as if it's like photographic quality. Nobody's saying that. But people still like to have an idea of what this animal looked like, and we can get you pretty damn close, right?
Yep. We actually have empirical evidence. We always joke for a little bit of empirical evidence. We actually have a lot for the fossil record, and yet we can't find anything for any creationism. Funny how that works.
Their standards of evidence are different, huh?
Which vanishes quickly after death. So without this soft tissue intact and fully preserved, there are no clues to the outward appearance of a creature, which means this simply cannot be confirmed as a scientific fact. Most paleontologists and anthropologists will admit to this when pressed on the subject, but since they have many financial incentives to promote evolution, they will continue to teach this in their class even after admitting it's not a fact.
Again, conspiracy.
Here are a few quotes from David Pilbeam and Ernest Houghton admitting to these flaws. If you don't know who these two guys are, they were some of the most highly renowned anthropologists of their time that worked in the academic circles at Harvard University, a very accredited source according to the evolutionists.
Oh, very accredited, huh?
First, we're going to look at David R. Pilbeam. He was a part of the Department of Human Evolutionary Biology, so I think he knows what he's talking about. At least in paleoanthropology.
I love that like when he wants to actually give expertise, when he's trying to quote mine, he's like, well, of course he knows what he's talking about. He runs the Department of Human Evolutionary, but well, he doesn't run. He is part of the Department of Human Evolutionary Biology at Harvard University.
He's an expert, right? He knows what he's talking about, right?
And once again, he's about to be using a statement that is kind of like, the more we know, the more we don't know. And he's now trying to, Circuit Cities over here is going to try and use that to say that we thus can't know anything about evolution at all.
Yeah, it's like the issue of, well, every time we find a new transitional species, well, that creates two new gaps, because you need to find what came before that new one. You need to find out what came after it. Where's the transition? So as you get even more data and more information, you still need more. And that's just how it works. The more information you get, the more you need. That's why it doesn't end. Science, we never declare something done, complete. We continuously search for more knowledge.
Data is still so sparse that the evolution theory heavily influences interpretations. In the past, these theories have clearly reflected our current ideologies instead of the actual data. Next, we're going to look at a quote from Ernest A. Houghton. Now, I want to blow this one up so that you can read along with me, because it looks like the letters are a little bit small from this angle.
And this guy is a racist, and
I'm going to go ahead and turn off my
he's
camera.
Going to...
So if you don't know who Ernest A. Houghton is, he was a part of the National Research Council Committee on the N-word.
Once again, trying to tie eugenics to either atheists or trying to tie them to evolutionists, biologists.
Harvard University way back in the day. He was a very open racist who encouraged the eugenics movement in America prior to World War II. But after the whole World War II thing went down, they tried to scrub all the evidence because they didn't want people thinking that, we were promoting what the Nazis were doing in Germany.
They scrubbed the evidence.
There's a whole other rabbit hole that we'll talk about on one of our future episodes in regards to this. For now, let's just focus on what he has to say about the reconstruction process. He said, to attempt to restore the soft parts of the skull is an even more hazardous undertaking. The lips, eyes, ears, and nasal tip leave no clues on their underlying...
This guy was one of the guys who tried to prove his racist ideology and ended up falling flat on his nose.
Yeah.
One of the great things of science is we can weed these people out.
It's freedom to fail. They have their ideas. They go out. They try to prove them, and they fail. And we
end up looking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's obviously not the right path to go down.
Many parts. You can, with equal facility, model on a Neanderthal skull the features of a chimpanzee or the lineaments of a human philosopher. So there you have it. He's openly admitting that this is basically whatever they want it to be. There's a lot of free room to kind of make up your own interpretations. Now that you have heard it directly from the secular sources, we should...
So, like, the human and chimpanzee facial bones are quite different. So it would make sense that the faces would be different. So if you took a human skeleton and you artistically drew like chimpanzee facial features on it, you could do that, but that would not be accurate. That would not be... experts would look at that and say, no, that's not how this works. That's not... It doesn't match.
Right, but 1 second.
Yeah.
So you're saying chimpanzee bones would not match?
You could pick it, because he's saying, we can draw human or we can draw chimpanzee features over either skeleton. It doesn't make a difference because the soft tissue isn't preserved. But I mean, you can look at the human facial bones and you look at the chimpanzee bone, and they're different. Okay, they're similar because they are our closest relative, our cousin species, but they're still different. And you could, if you took a human skeleton and you just drew chimpanzee facial features on it, the people who study the field, they would be able to tell right away what you had done. That it wasn't the most accurate rendition of the facial features. Doesn't mean we look at some of these some of these pre-human hominid ancestors. And yeah, there is some license taken for soft tissue. Yeah, we don't always have all the information, but we can kind of get an idea based on what we do know from the animals that are alive today. We can look at the difference between human and chimpanzee facial features, look at the different bones, and look at what that translates to for the soft tissue. You can kind of get an idea. It's not 100% accurate. Nobody's saying this is exactly how this animal looked, but we're getting pretty damn close. Okay, we're taking the information we have and building the most accurate, best model we can that gets closest to reality. He doesn't like it because nobody in science, we don't claim absolute knowledge. We don't claim, that's why in science, you don't ever actually confirm it. Science doesn't declare things true. You just declare whether something is supported or not, whether it's been falsified or not. If it's been falsified, we discard it. We leave it by the wayside, but you never declare something actually true because you're always taking more data, more evidence, and getting closer to reality. It's why the creationists like Holen, they'll say, oh, like look at the difference, look at the Big Bang Theory, like over the decades, like what they were saying about the theory has changed. Like they used to say this, now they say that, then they said this. Well, yeah, as we get more data, more information, we make it more accurate. And you can see that getting closer and closer to reality. Whereas religion just starts off wrong and just stays that way. Never gets any better. It's just wrong at the beginning and it stays wrong. Yeah. So we'll be taking this gentleman on tomorrow. If you guys are just joining us, yeah, I'll be debating this guy 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, Standing for Truth channel. We'll be over here after the debate for an after show. Talk about the debate, talk about everything, but yeah. There you go, Pat. Yeah. Yeah. We don't have any pictures of Jesus. We don't have any, actually the evidence that Jesus even existed is pretty damn scant. If you look at it and you want to try to be objective about it, it's pretty damn scant for such a somebody they revere so much. But yeah, versus somebody like Moses, who almost certainly did not exist. I don't think any serious scholar in the field thinks that he did. Along with most of the other patriarchs, no Abraham, no Isaac, no Jacob, no Joseph. None of that ever happened. It's a contrived history, and that's actually demonstrable. That's actually we can be pretty damn certain about that. So, but they hate this about science. They hate that we have evidence and we have demonstrable data. We can tell you, present a model for reality and tell you why we think that. What we can point to actual evidence. We can go in the bone, in the dirt, and find evidence. Yeah, that's true, Mark. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Yeah. Amy stepped out for a second, but I'm just trying to keep you guys entertained before she gets back. But yeah, to her defense, there is a lot of bullshit in here that we've had to point out, and yeah. And that's running it on 1.25 even. Let's get back to it, Amy.
Give me 1 second, actually.
Okay.
Was about to, and then I realized. There we go. Okay. Let's get back into it. Evolution Exposed to the Flaws of Reconstruction. We are Skeptic and Ranting. We are going into the third half.
Fully depends on the imagination of those doing the reconstruction. But for the sake of science, let's go one step further and put this to the test for ourselves. For this, we're going to look at an interesting project that was conducted a few years back
boy.
as a joke by a senior concept artist at ID Software. The guy's name was Emerson Tung. He is most known for his design of aliens in the video game Doom, but he has all kinds of concept art projects on his professional portfolio. First, I'll show you the bone he was given. Then I'll show you his artistic interpretation of the bone.
Oh my,
and finally, I'll reveal the actual animal it belongs to. So for example 1 with Emerson Tung, this was the bone that he was given. This is a real animal skull. Can you guess what animal it is just from looking at that bone? Probably not. But here's what he drew. Now, this looks awesome, and I could totally imagine this being in one of his video games, but I'm pretty sure that's not the accurate animal for that skull. Let's show you what the actual animal is.
Now, he's
a hippopotamus.
Now, let's go back for just a second. Let's take a look at the hippo. Not really that different from the skull, and from slightly different than...
Now, those teeth, they're all covered by the gums and everything. They don't protrude out like that, but other than that, it's pretty damn close.
Indeed.
I mean, he's not showing a fucking giraffe or a... yeah, it's got some more soft tissue on the face that covers most of those teeth.
This also isn't where the bones are that you would find on the actual... So notice that there are more bones. Not this, but he quickly changes to this.
Yeah.
Oh my. Yes, an actual animal.
You can see that this isn't a very accurate process. After this hilarious interpretation went viral as a meme, another YouTube artist by the name The Harry Gold Show decided to attempt the same joke. He had people send in pictures of animal skulls, and he drew his artistic interpretations of these animals. He even created a whole biography for his fictional creatures with details like what they ate, where they lived.
You sent a layperson's skulls, and they just created stories about them?
It's not like that's not how this works. They don't just send the artist a picture of a skull. Because even he said before that they talk with the paleontologists, they talk with the experts about how they think it looked. They're not just, here's a skull, draw an animal, there you go. They're given guidance on how the experts think this animal should be portrayed.
Indeed. But he just seems to think that they're just making it up as they go along, which coincidentally is what he's doing.
How they hunted, and so on. Let's take a look at a few clips of his interpretations and see how accurate they are.
Oh boy.
Let's say that as per the memes, there's a paleontologist from the future here, or from another planet. An alientologist, if you will. If he were to dig up this skull of a creature he doesn't recognize, he might look at this...
Alright, we're a bunch of lay people. Anyone want to guess what this skull is? We'll say hi. We got Circuit City just staring here lovingly at the skull.
Yeah.
Just also sending love because after seeing this, it doesn't. I could see it clearly. However, I want to see if anybody in chat alligator close. We're getting shovel bill. Those would all be good. The reason, I'll give you a hint. A lot of the skeleton is blown off here. You can't see it here. This 1/3 here. And then I say a lot, but honestly, 2/3 or more is here. You just have to recreate here. This is the bottom jaw. And yeah. And so it is...
mildly distressing critter and say, well, we're clearly looking at a particularly vicious dinosaur here, a cousin of the modern alligator. It used its unreasonably long snout to reach into the burrows of small animals, and by dint of those bloodthirsty-looking fangs, it would eviscerate and devour the unfortunate residents therein. The bones that look like petrified cabbage must have been part of a decorative crest used for attracting mates.
And now I just realized, unfortunately, I feel like I'm playing into his game when I do this, because I realize that the whole point is for us to guess, because really there's nothing. You can't. You got to go all the way here. The rest of the skull is there.
And by dint of those bloodthirsty petrified cabbage must have been part of a decorative crest used for attracting mates and predators. This crest also...
Of course, this is not science. This is a fucking joke.
Exactly.
So we can infer it was a largely cave-dwelling creature.
This is somebody who didn't know shit, just drawing shit.
It means crested murder lizard in Latin.
Exactly.
And of course, the dinosaur this skull belongs to is... a river dolphin.
When I go back
and say, well, we're...
This is, again, not an expert. This is not a paleontologist doing the drawing or narrative. It's just somebody drawing shit.
Yeah, it's just someone draws it up. I also like how they said what kind of... They also baited, I'm now looking back on this.
What kind of
they
dinosaur?
Say, what kind of dinosaur is it? And I should have pointed out what kind of organism or what kind of... Because it's a mammal.
So he's leading you down the wrong path.
Yes, exactly. See, I feel bad that I even spent time, because to me, looking back on it, it looks obvious, but yeah.
Must have been part of a decorative crest used for attracting mates.
No.
With a cabin.
He's going to do this multiple times. That's the whole point.
It's so funny.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that coming.
Here's one that'll throw our alien buddy for a loop. Seeing what is clearly a primate skull with a cavity central to its face, the only reasonable conclusion is that planet Earth was once inhabited by a race of cyclopses. One may infer that they evolved...
did it again. So this is like a magic trick. Because I'm now looking. Because, see, look. They said, what kind of... He said, what kind of...
Primate.
Well, exactly. So what kind of primate? And earlier, he said, what kind of dinosaur? And everyone was going... Pat got it right in one swing. Everyone was picking different animals that were related, and so it wasn't a mammal.
If you try to draw this into a primate,
Yeah, so if you try to draw... If all you tell people is this is a primate, then...
Parallel to the ancestors of man, and what it lacks in depth perception, it makes up for in matted thickness of hair and leathery coarseness of skin. The two protruding canine teeth suggest an omnivorous diet, designed for chewing fish, mammals, nuts, berries, and basically whatever it damn well feels like. The bony plate above their upper lip clearly indicates that they were in the habit of headbutting each other with their faces in order to settle disputes. Let's call it Homo Unoculus. We just might not mention to our paleontologist, not wanting to hurt his feelings, that the monstrous being this skull belongs to looks kind of like this.
Okay, so you lied again.
Exactly. Once again. And I feel bad. I look at all the people in chat like, oh shit, I shouldn't have typed this. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have. See, I feel like I just fell for it because it pisses me off that he does this shit. Let me turn in my...
He's trying to say, like, oh, well, the experts, they're just guessing. They're just pulling all this shit out of their ass, is what the implication he's trying to make.
Sure. Exactly. Is that if we're just making up all this stuff, though all of those answers were good. It did look like that stuff. Give me 1 second. All right. This is my new thing. I got to turn. Da-da-da-da. Ha. Such a straw man. Yes, it is. Because, once again, he has been unfair twice. He asked everyone to guess what kind of dinosaur it was, and it was a mammal. And he asked everyone what kind of sapien it was, and it was an elephant. It was a odd-toed uglet. I'm actually obsessed with taxonomy, so I kind of like that kind of stuff. There's even an odd. I'm trying to remember which one the elephant is, and they're that one. And so this guy is dishonest from the outskirts, and so yeah.
You serious?
once again. I wonder if that guy who drew it had a degree in biology.
Yeah. Why do we have to watch him laughing at someone putting a clown nose on Richard Dawkins?
Well, this isn't science. No. I would say this is you
stupidity.
Just making shit up.
Now, can you imagine like all the work and evidence that they're putting in, and this is what this guy uses to try and refute
Needless to say,
all the scholarly work and evidence and research that goes into telling us what we know about the natural world and reality.
Literally thousands of doctors, professors.
What kind of dinosaur is this?
With bachelors working in the field, and then their associates and interns and everyone that are actual college students, and then this guy.
It's a dolphin, psych! Fuck you. Fuck you, Richard Dawkins. It's a fucking dolphin. Suck it.
Yeah, this guy and so basically, let's take this for a second. They took fossils or skeletons, and then they just sent it to a guy to draw it. Science, as creationists view it.
This was a hilarious video series by the Harry Gold Show, and I highly recommend you go watch it on his YouTube channel. I'll put the links in the description if you want to go watch those videos. He actually received a lot of backlash from the first episode, so he made a whole second episode just to feed the trolls.
Yeah, I wonder why.
But beyond its original intention of humor, it actually received a lot of very serious backlash because it accidentally exposed the very real flaws of the process.
Well, it maybe showed that it shouldn't just be a bunch of random people guessing. It should be experts in the field. James, do you think that might be it?
And that really is like the crux. Like, they can't argue with the actual evidence or the actual data. They just have to make shit up. They have to do these stupid like games that they play.
I hired an artist. Literally hired an artist.
Let's play these games so that we can pretend, so that we can cling to our ignorance.
Money, but contracted.
Cling to our ignorance and these Iron Age, Bronze Age myths that they cling to.
We can discuss the 2D sketch process all day, but I think this.
So Pat got it right with the elephant. Does that mean that evolution's right now?
Even though he was lied to and told it was a primate, but Pat's all through that shit.
Told that it was a sapien and sold it as an elephant. So I think that means creationism is now false. We falsified it, right? That's how this works.
I mean, we falsified that shit every which way between here and Sunday.
All right.
The experiment shows just how easy it is for someone to misinterpret the data and create a creature that is completely different.
Oh, yeah. People don't know what they're doing. Yeah, they don't know.
This should sufficiently paint the picture that explains the flaws associated with sketching an entire creature based on nothing but bone structure. So let's move on to the next phase of reconstruction.
Let's not.
Once the scientist and the 2D sketch artist agree on their creature's final appearance, their next step is to call in the 3D model artist. The job of the 3D model artist is arguably the most important step in the reconstruction process. This is because usually people are most affected by vision.
What is up, Peter? Taxonomy, the scientific study based on Mark 12:17. Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Am I right? At Pat. Sending love to both and send love, Peter. Just had fun on the last Randolph Richardson's stream.
Yeah,
it was a good time.
Peter, I pay every tax I owe. I pay all my taxes. I don't owe any taxes.
I'm a sovereign citizen. It says so on DVD number 7.
17B.
Information. And in most cases, it is easy to see that you cannot accurately depict an entirely new creature based on a few bone fragments.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
To convince the public that these creatures they have never seen in real life actually existed in the past, they need to fill in the gaps of the skeleton. And
we don't need to.
As possible.
We just do it for fun.
The 3D artist uses the sketches of the imagined creatures to make fake bones.
Just to piss you guys off.
This is usually made out of plaster,
That's right.
fiberglass, various epoxies, and other animal.
Well, you're also missing the number one agent who creates fossils. And I feel like we would be doing him a disservice to not give him his credit. So I just want to thank again the Lord of Hell reigning forever, Satan. Oh, him too. But, you know,
Okay.
for planting fossils, because that's kind of the only way I think it would happen.
Oh, right. Satan makes the fossils, then Aaron Ra digs them up and tells us that God's not real.
That's
There
right.
we go.
Exactly.
Bones. At this stage, they are not yet fully detailed, but they will be. They're getting paid a lot of money to do this.
Yes, the scientists.
This guy thinks like people. Okay, you have a job, right? You get paid. Why does he think getting paid is like he like uses that as like it's something to be ashamed? Like, yeah, everybody needs to get paid, dude. You have a job, you get paid for it. Does that mean that you don't know what you're talking about, or that your job is all bullshit?
They should do it for no money. It's the only way we can truly know the scientists have it right.
If I get into an accident, if I get hit by a car and the paramedics come, I mean, they're getting paid to do that. They are making money. They have bills to pay too. They do get paid. Does that mean that I'm not thankful that they still came and helped me, took me to the hospital, cared for me? Yeah, I mean,
James, your doctor's making a lot of money.
Yeah,
you gotta really trust someone that makes that kind of money.
Yeah, versus I mean, you get the medical treatment. You tend to fare way better than going about it the prayer route.
I hear those nurses are making a union. You gotta trust them. They're unionizing.
I mean, they get fucking paid, Amy. Did you know that? The nurses.
God.
Yeah,
and James,
they make money for this.
Not
shit.
only do they get paid, but microchips exist, and the nurse took my blood. Let's just put these three things together. The nurse makes a lot of money.
Did she give you a shot?
I'm just saying.
Did she give you a shot?
I'm not saying she did. I'm not saying she did it, but
gave you a shot. You can bet that whatever was in there was full of these nanoprobe, Borg nanoprobes. You're going to be assimilated.
When it should be electrolytes.
Rondo. But even that says do not use intravenously. So I don't know.
The 3D artist will use strips of burlap soaked in plaster to jacket over the fossils, and then they apply a tissue separator to keep the plaster from direct contact.
Metal jacket.
The soaked burlap strips are laid on until it is totally encased in a protective mummy-like coating ready for transport. Where they transport?
It needs to be in a burlap sack.
Oh my! You're saying he needs to convert to Islam?
Pretty much, yeah. He
I'm
fine
just
with it,
kidding, Muslims. That's only the burqa. I know the hijab can be adorable if you put your makeup on.
You might ask. Well, once the 3D artists complete their skeletal mounts, the fake bones are transported to fossil factories, at which point they are
apparently not to his wife,
with
but
great detail to be prepared for the
a threesome.
The most popular fossil factory in America is probably Bone Clones in California, but the largest and most well-known globally of these fossil factories is Zygon Dino Ocean Art Company in Sichuan, China.
Wait a minute. That can't be right.
Here is the website for Bone Clones Inc. And if you go through, you can actually find their menu where you can basically get any animal you want, real or created to look very realistic.
No.
This is one of the advertisements for Zygon Dino Ocean Art. Because they're in China, they don't have a direct website that we can access in America, but you can still contact them and order all kinds of different things. Part of their menu consists of animatronic dinosaurs, fiberglass dinosaurs, skeletal mounts, fossil replicas.
Hey, James, you know what dinosaur we can get? If we get Ken Hoven, I feel like it's very similar to a whale's.
I mean, here's the thing, dude. This is like capitalism 101. If people are willing to spend money on something, somebody will fill that niche and produce that product, okay? So people want to have animatronic dinosaurs. Okay, there's a company that will do that for money because that's how economics fucking works. That's just how economics is. It's if there's a niche, there's money to be made. Somebody's going to make that money. That's just how it goes. Or somebody else will do it. So what does that have to do with the idea that this is fake? I mean, this is a animatronics company. Nobody's saying that they're the ones actually doing the discovery. If they just take a model that is given them by a museum or by people who actually do know what they're talking about, again, why is this a problem?
It's not. They are just trying to find things to bitch about. As my mom would say, fetch about, which are not real.
Do they make fucking crosses? Where do they make those? I mean, are there factories that pump those out, or the Jesus fish stickers to put on the back of your car? Where are those made?
You want to see a perfect sacrifice? Go to China and look into a factory. There are people that are making way greater sacrifices than Jesus right now, and it fills our dollar stores.
I'll tell you what.
Costumes, and then down lower on the list, there's actually one that's labeled ultra realistic dinosaurs. Those are the ones that the museums pay them a lot of money to make.
I just realized that for 23 years, I've been living a complete lie.
Yeah, because you know what?
Please provide
dinosaur bones. The actual bones are very, very expensive, right? Because they're pretty rare. Now, we have a lot of them because we've been digging for, but comparatively, they're pretty rare. So a lot of these museums, they can't have actual real bones. And then a lot of them, even if they could, wouldn't put those on display because of, how valuable they are and the risk that they would be damaged or whatnot, vandalized by people. So, yeah, they get a replica. They get something that looks exactly the same so that people can look at it and get an idea of it. What's wrong with this? As Pat said, these are high quality. As long as they're not being passed over, as long as they're not committing fraud and saying it's original, if you know what you're getting, if you're ordering, a replica for a fraction of the price of an original, and you can put it in your museum and it looks like the original, people can come look at it, get an idea of it, and leave educated. Again, what's the problem with that? As long as they're not passing it on, as long as they're not committing fraud, why is this an issue?
I assume because they don't want to go into a biology class. They do not want to go into a geology, an archaeology, or an anthropology class.
But ultra realistic dinosaur skeletons.
We are coming into the end of the Flaws of Reconstruction, Evolution Exposed 2 on our Skeptic and Ranting. I cannot help it. Every time that he says bones, I'm probably going to say, look at the bones. And I get paid per time I say it. And that's basically...
Humor her, people. Humor her.
Let her
do it. Let her do it.
Purposely?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a little Randolph Richardson in everyone.
Definitely.
Made from real bones. Chicken, frog, dog, cat, horse, and pig bones are melted down and then mixed with various glues, resins, and plasters to mold and fully fabricate the missing pieces.
This is how we make your child's art project
of their assigned creature. Then they add details like cracks, scratches, bone ridges, and texture. Most of these details are done by making intentional small cracks in the mold and filling them in with paper mache or plaster mixed with dextrin, which is a starch substance that creates extra hardness to the plaster and provides the fossilized bone-like quality. Once the
telling you exactly how they do it.
Detailing process, they're stained to
fit that up about it.
Are expected to be.
This feels like another one of those things where, he's just reading like a process and then being like, so stupid.
They're telling you exactly what they do, why they do it, and he's making it out to be something like that's a problem, but I, again, don't see the problem.
Yeah, as if we find the entire right side of a skeleton.
Mubarak out there, good to see you, Mubarak.
Woo, what is up, Mubarak? Sending love. But it's not surprising if we find the entire right of a skeleton that we're going to be like, hey, you want to just make a cast of the left so it just doesn't look like a very weird random right side in the museum?
That's right. But Sinister, You guys don't even believe in biology, so ho ho.
Oh my goddess, that is the number one. So
Good night, James Wolfe. James Wolfe.
night, James Wolfe.
Night,
Sending
James.
love to Mark Reid, and sending night to James Wolfe. And I had trying to remember. Oh, when they say that, and I have stopped. I'm guilty of it. I need to, because once again, I have our Lord and Savior Shannon Q on my shoulder. That's like young Earth creationists. You shouldn't call them mentally ill for just because of the. Oh man, I was about to almost make a joke, but then that wouldn't be steel manning her. Let me see how I could say this. I think they say it out of, I shouldn't be doing my armchair psychology. I think they say it towards us often out of like an insecurity, because oftentimes we talk confidently about our sexuality. It starts off from a place of being confused, because that's generally, and aren't we all in some points in our life in some subject or another? And then you kind of figure that out, and then it makes you, I don't know, it makes you, I think, more confident than you went in going back. It's like this loop.
Comfortable in your own skin.
Yes, you get really comfy. And so then it just becomes they can't even hurt you for, and so every time they bring it up, you're like, bring it on, big boy, because I'm just gonna be sitting here pointing out like your God just killed someone for picking up a thing of sticks. Like, you want to talk about my junk and what's between my legs and who I dated? They just killed Fred for picking up sticks. I feel like our arguments aren't even, so you could keep on calling me ugly, I guess, and that I don't lift.
You'll never be a woman.
I know, I'll never be. But, like, he's drowning babies behind me. Like, not metaphorically.
Good night,
like,
Pat. Thanks for staying with us so long, Pat.
Exactly.
The
I feel
stupidity
bad.
is hard to turn away from.
James is always like, Amy, we're gonna wrap this up very quickly and give you nice and concise.
It
and
happens,
so here we are at hour 3.
Yeah,
we're doing
we
good.
knew it was going to happen, though.
And I'm gonna agree. That's what is up. Sending much love to the beautiful Amy. Going all night till I have to go to work. So much love to you all. We are sending that right
Thanks,
back.
Pastel.
All that love, Pastel, right to you, and hope that you have a good day at work. And all right, we are, I keep on saying at the end game, but this is definitely starting to feel like a Marvel movie. Dun, dun, dun.
It's coming to the climax. Yeah.
At their dated age, which we're not going to talk about that in this episode, but there will be a future episode on carbon dating. And then they are prepared for transport back to the museums for their public exhibits. Most people don't know that every single reconstruction that has been done in the past 150 years has been carefully curated and prepped with the intention of deceiving the public into thinking that science validates the idea of evolution.
What?
To this day,
not deception. No. Again, they're telling you exactly how they make the models. Why? How is that deceptive?
He's not quoting anyone. Now he's just making up slides of himself.
Yeah, he's just pulling the shit out of his ass.
It's something he wrote. Okay, cool. But no. Yeah, no, this whole sentence is also untrue. Yeah, the whole thing.
We have yet to find concrete fossil evidence to support evolution. We have never found a fully articulated fossil skeleton. They are always broken into fragments with missing pieces. There's clear documented evidence.
Not a problem.
That museums and the scientific community invent whatever fits their theory and then fabricate evidence to support it.
Really? That's just a nice little opinion you're trying to inject in there. But I guess now back to some fossils here.
Here is what they normally will find. Something like this. And then it turns into that. And then...
wow.
They call it science.
Wow. Holy shit. Ladies and gentlemen, we're paying taxes, and this is what comes out. So they start with this. Actually, they don't start with this. They start with in desert, okay? And they start digging and digging and digging. And they have pizza night. And they get drunk because Lucy is named for the song from Lucy and Sky of Diamonds. And they dig and dig. And they get all these people. And then they collect and they collect and they collect. And they get this pile over here. And then they individually, they go through each one. And different people in different fields try and compare. And they put together a most accurate representation that they have. And then they, from other organisms that are similar, or the other side, sometimes the exact other side, they build a caster that then gets they try and figure out, did it have hair? What kind of skin did they have? They don't just guess. They try and figure out what it was, and then it goes to an exhibit. That's not really science. Is the peer review process. This is collecting evidence and then making it eventually pretty for the lay audience so we can promote science.
I mean, don't you think it's cool that we can give the lay public, the people who don't necessarily experts in this, we can still give them an idea of what the science is.
Oh, sure. No. Right. We need this. It has it has failed on him. Like, this is when you go into an exhibit, I think most people don't go up to and go, I was going to say Anthropictus, I can't even say, and go, you're not real. This person, they didn't have this skin. Yeah, skin melts. Both literally, and it also fades away through time and degradation and decomposition. Quite fast, actually. And so we need to thus create from the data that we have models that we can present to kids so that we can promote and make scientists. Not that hard, except for Circuit City over here.
So that's it. Don't question it, right?
What's up, Unif?
It's not science. Let it go. I'm just thinking.
Another interesting point to consider is the soft tissue. I want to go back to this one again.
Yes, another
Remember
thing.
That all scientists, creationists,
horribly misimbues, because it was thought that we could not find any soft tissue in dinosaurs, and then we found a decently preserved soft tissue of an example, and so we were able to use it. They then go, well, haha, that proves that dinosaurs didn't exist. No, that proves that that soft tissue can be preserved longer than we thought possible before.
Evolutionists alike agree that the soft tissue is the only factor that determines the physical appearance of the living creatures. Yet we never find well-preserved tissue on fossils.
No.
Or so we are told by the scientific community. In fact,
never heard someone
what the
say you
scientific
got
community
lovely
is willing to
cheekbones?
admit, we have indeed found fossils that still have soft tissue preserved. Here's a perfect example. Let me go ahead and blow this up in case you want to read the little mini clip of the article. So up here at the top, it's talking about how scientists found soft tissue in what they claimed was a 75-million-year-old dinosaur. Soft tissue will never last that long, I promise you.
Circuit City has his 100% promise. Where does he get that from? Oh, well, he did experiments at the University of Basement. Have you heard of it, James?
Yeah, it's quite prestigious, actually.
It is. His mom lets him, do many experiments down there. It's fantastic. Funding year-round.
With Hot Pockets and Lucky Charms.
Indeed.
But let's read what they had to say. In 2005, Mary Schweitzer of North Carolina State University found collagen fibers in the fossilized leg bone of a T-Rex. Such discoveries are rare indeed and have previously occurred with only extremely well-preserved fossils. So in this article, they admit that it has happened more than once. Now, you would think that when Mary Schweitzer made this discovery, it would blow up her career and she'd be getting all kinds of Nobel Prizes and writing books about it and getting raises on her salary and new job offers. That's not quite what happened. It did blow up her career, though, but in a completely different way.
Once again,
in 2005,
scientists don't do science to go viral. They do science because they want to further scientific knowledge. They want to use the process to maybe, hopefully, be another slow cog in what is many shoulders of giants in forwarding knowledge of humanity.
Maybe learning more about the natural world, giving people more accurate information, helping people understand things better. Yeah. Basically, like the most evil shit imaginable, right?
Yeah, basically.
When Mary Schweitzer found one of the
University.
dinosaur bones she was studying, she concluded that it could not possibly be millions of years old. She was almost fired for coming to this conclusion. And because of the pressure from her university, she had to retract her statement and come up with an answer to how this could possibly last millions.
Yeah, right. So what do we think? So we have how many data points that say that the Earth is older than 6,000 years on the scale of billions of years old? How many data points do we have, Amy, for that? Probably numerous, right?
Indeed, indeed.
We have numerous data points that dinosaurs have been extinct for about 65 million years, okay? So all of a sudden then we find one data point that, which is soft tissue, that seems to contradict that. It seems that we don't know how this could survive millions of years.
Also, this guy's doing outright slander. If I'm looking her up,
absolutely,
this lady is fantastic and says that
Arn Ross debunked this stuff. Yeah, Peter just posted a link for that. But the thing is like, do we throw out everything we know about the natural world? Do we throw out all the other data and say, well, I guess we have this one thing that upheaves everything else we know about reality? Or do we say, well, maybe there's something going on here we don't understand. Maybe there's a process that could preserve this tissue for way longer than we thought before. And maybe everything else we know about nature is still true. And turns out that's the best explanation for it. Not that, oh, well, I guess we throw everything out. The world is 6,000 years old. We found some dinosaur tissue that we don't know how it could have been preserved that long. As opposed to just finding a way, coming up with a logical, rational way for everything to be consistent.
Millions of years. This is an obvious problem because scientists are being forced to think only inside the box of evolution.
Yeah, she hasn't retracted anything. This guy was just making it up.
We're not being forced. It's that everything else tells us that points in this direction. We have one thing pointing away from that. Maybe the problem is not with everything else. Maybe it's that our data point doesn't point to where we think it points.
Threatened with termination, blacklisting, and in some cases, even the safety of their life. In all cases of soft tissue being found in fossils, they are either dismissed as fraudulent
hit
or
squads out there going and killing people
because it is common sense.
Descent from evolution. Yeah, your life is in danger.
So the one thing that could be used as real solid evidence for the physical appearance of these creatures is openly ignored by scientists because it directly affects their evolution timeline. As you inspect the facts for yourself, it should become more and more obvious we are not dealing with people who want to discover and teach the truth of our Earth's history. We are dealing with people who are
that's fucking rich. That's rich.
Push a very
Indeed. These
coming
people
from him,
talk about giants and dragons.
But we're the ones who are disingenuous. We're the ones who really just don't want to know what the truth is because we're pushing a narrative. Disingenuous. We're the
specific agenda and suppress anything that goes against the narrative. This is not science. Science is the pursuit of knowledge. Our current academic system doesn't want the truth. They want
evolution is not being shoved down your throat any more than the germ theory of disease. I guess gravity kind of is forced down your throat because of, well, gravity. But yeah.
Want to force their religion down our throats.
Oh, there you go. See, it's always projection.
I just did a shout out to Ken Hoven there.
But it's just funny. Every time that we bring up that it is something that it's like, hey, you're just saying what we actually think about you. They're like, nuh-uh, you're just gaslighting me. I don't really think that Dick, well, I do think Dick's a little yummy. And then it's like, you have a fairy tale. You have all these fossils. We just have giants and dragons.
You don't believe in biology. You think you can change your chromosomes.
And women definitely came from man's rib. That's biology. That's basically a biological fact.
And women can't give oral sex to men.
Can't give oral sex. That's a man's
You can't do that. That's disgusting. Why would you put your dick in a woman's mouth? That's horrible.
The goal is for you to believe in evolution, dismiss God as the creator, and never question the narrative. This is
wow.
No.
Hold on. It's been a while, so let's just see. Because notice he Xenu'd us again. It's been 34 minutes out of 36 of the video. What do you really? Why are you really doing all of this?
Evolution, dismiss God as the creator, and never question the narrative.
Well, James, I think our work here is done. I feel like he said it. He finally said it. It's all about God.
People can't question the narrative. This guy is allowed to put this video out on YouTube, this nonsense, for other people to watch. He hasn't been killed. There's no threats to his life. There's no scientific conspiracy to hunt him down or silence him. No, he can do it. He's done it. He's able to advocate for ignorance as much as he wants, but he's not moving the needle because what he's saying is just wrong.
And no one in biology is thinking twice about evolution. It is literally the cornerstone of the field.
And it's got nothing to do with God in the abstract because there are plenty of people who accept both, who are okay with it. There may be some cognitive dissonance involved with that, but you know what? Everybody probably has some degree of that. I think we all believe certain things or have certain ideas that, we just have. Whatever. It is what it is. But there are plenty of people who accept both, and it's not a problem for them.
All right.
Evolution being true does not mean you have to be an atheist. You should be, but you don't have to be.
Send in love to Regos, who said he's actually seen these on Twitter sometimes, which makes me feel good, as well as on Facebook. We are on the Skeptic and Ranting Facebook.
The Regos is on 3 platforms watching us. That's amazing.
I know Ian at least goes on Facebook, and I know. Oh, that's right, because he'd be on YouTube. That's true. That's 3 platforms. Damn. The YouTubes, the Twitches, we have the Twitters. James, we need to make a LinkedIn.
Start streaming to. Oh, we can go on Rumble with Ken Hoven to compete with him.
That's right. Oh my goddess.
This is, by definition, propaganda.
No.
Because of this obvious attack on God, I will never stand down from this fight, and I will not be silenced. This is the front lines of the spiritual war
try to silence
God
you.
and Satan, and because of that, nothing will stop me from exposing the lies.
Feels like we've been eating nothing but bran, and then there's like peanut butter and chocolate at the bottom.
Definitely worth waiting for, though.
Yeah, he should have just front loaded this part.
There is a whole new generation of creationists.
But nobody would listen. He's got to be
they're failing.
Yeah.
A whole new generation, and they're failing. They're doing just as bad as the previous generation did.
And more people, in fact, give me 1 second while he talks about this.
taking a stand for the truth of creation. And with the technology available to us now, we can pick apart every single one of these falsehoods without even breaking a sweat. We know science is on our side.
And fail.
Evolution loses its deceptive grip on the public more and more every day.
Not at all.
People are starting to wake up to the truth and see for themselves.
And this is what I was saying before. Like, if you listen to these people, you would think that, you know, there's a crisis in the universities, like the biology departments, like they are scrambling frantically, like evolution is on its deathbed, it's about to die, and they're just doing anything they can to prop it up, and like they are struggling really bad. Like the reality couldn't be further from the truth. It's so well established, they're not even seriously questioning it anymore. But yeah, look at this chart that Amy's got up. Yeah.
And that's going to, I was trying to find one from Pew, but the seems to be clear which way that religion's going.
Religion had its heyday, but you know, it really just doesn't have anything to offer people. It has false hope, false promises, it has lies, and you know, it just ran out of it wore out its use. It's just not useful anymore. I could be doing an infinite number of things Sunday morning, like sleeping in my bed, that would be much more useful to me than going and listening to a preacher talk about shit that is not demonstrably true, and then putting money in a plate for it.
Yes, you could also steal some covers, share some skin. Clouds are shrouding us in moments unforgettable. You twist to fit the mold that I am in. Anyway,
I could be doing much more dangerous things like rearranging my sock drawer.
Oh my. But yes, send out to Maroon 5 and to the Flaws of Reconstruction. We are parking and leaving the building of this. I think we're basically going to have the quickest open mic ever, and it's going to be for only a very specific group of people. Anyone who disagrees with us. If you are a creationist of any variety, then we will let you join. If not, I think we're probably going to close up house.
I mean,
because
if you want to just do maybe intro, outro, but we'll see.
Oh yeah, you have to get up early, right?
At this point, we're in deep enough.
Themselves that they have been lied to this whole time, and they are not happy about it. It's only a matter of time until science is freed from the grips of this pseudoscientific religion of evolution.
People lied to, so they're not going to church anymore.
Glorify God in His creation. If you are new to this channel, I hope you enjoyed this video because I had a great time putting it together for you.
We did too.
Please make sure to like this video, hit the subscribe button for more content in the future.
I won't be doing any of that.
Whether you're a creationist or an evolutionist, doesn't matter. I look forward to reading your comments either way. Keep in mind the comments that are vulgar, disrespectful, or off topic from the conversation discussed in this video will be removed. Nothing personal, but I'm not going to allow people to spam my comment section with things that are not appropriate or on topic.
Yeah, right.
Also, don't forget to read the description of this video and follow my other social media platforms. I have plenty of projects now, so it shouldn't be long before I have another video posted for you guys.
So you can't actually, because you have an app that'll let you see the dislikes even though they turned it off, but he has it shut off completely.
He has it shut off. Yeah, he's embarrassed. So let's just say the like to dislike counter probably wasn't treating him favorably.
And
I will say, Peter, I know you had to say something last time. And I felt bad because I didn't catch it till you left. It was also VD. Just kidding. But if you want, I remember that. So you can have an intro, outro if you want, like James said. But then also, if anyone also disagrees with us and thinks that Circuit City over here had the right idea,
science is wrong and the Bible's right.
That's right.
And remember, we'll be back tomorrow doing the same thing. Well, actually today, tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, I'll be debating this guy. Standing for Truth channel.
Woo-hoo.
Speak of the devil.
And all right, I was going to say, speak thy name and they will come.
He's coming on to tell us that women can't give oral sex to men. So let's hear about it, Jesse.
And all right, with that, we're going right into the open mic. We're going to get Peter on for basically creationist. You have a clock. You have, and I know that between the three of us, we could probably talk forever. But between us prodding each other, you have that long until we go and clock out. So we are going into the open mic. We have Peter. We are Skeptic and Ranting on the Flaws of Reconstruction.
That's right, Fickle. Fickle.
What's up, Peter? How are you doing? I hope you're having a good time. We are Skeptic and Ranting on the Flaws of Reconstruction. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything in general?
So, hi, and thanks for having me. I shall have you repent the two horrible things that you did, because I didn't get in last time. And you didn't even show up on my 3.5 hours of AMA on Discord just a few hours ago.
Yo, I will say, it might have been when I was passed out, but I did see that, and I was like, oh, something's going on. I looked back at that.
In all fairness, it must have still been daylight on your end of the world, so I don't think that you had risen already.
You should have known I would have been sleeping. And the joke is, it would have been random. I'm not shitting you. I think I was sleeping. That is not. But it was a nap. It wasn't actual sleep.
I mean, I wasn't expecting you to be there, because for you that would have been really, really early. And I know you're never online at that time. So no, that was just.
But you were on some kind of Discord. You were on some server I saw, because it seemed like some sort of fun.
So they asked. Taco invited me to do an AMA, and I thought, okay, this is going to be a dumpster fire, so I'll do that for an hour and a half. And it ended up being 3.5 hours, and I had a lot of fun. I had several people coming up with pretty much the questions that I would hope people would ask me on my channel when I offer people to come back for a second time and try and ask me about my positions. And that was what happened here. So.
You were on which server?
Again?
You were on the politics server? Oh, yeah. I mean, you were basically going into like not an opposite here. I hate to say an opposite here, but you're going into the theist den. And I think it's just a great place to all the questions and atheists would ever want.
Yeah, at some point, 2 gay guys came on, and so they, they joined the conversation because they had the intention of trying to troll some of the theists that might be listening, and then it turned into a great conversation, and so they forgot all about trolling, and I had a great time. I mean, I can't thank Taco enough for setting this up, and I would do this again in a heartbeat. But so I wanted to say something about the nitwit that you had on just now. Okay. Because here's the thing: all of the examples that this guy brought up were an artist's impression of fictional animals based on skulls that he had sent in. It is literally all in the explanation. The artist was making fictional animals based on skulls, which is not how we would reconstruct an animal based on the skull. So because there's an entire science behind this. So what they do, they look at the bone structure, and they can see the attachment of muscles, for instance, on which they base a rough body shape. And then they will look at similar animals that are still around today, to see what other things come into. The similarities to get a most accurate representation of an animal in the past. And they haven't only done this with fossils, because it is a science that is now a forensic science in murder cases. And several years ago in the Netherlands, there was a horrific case where a 4-year-old girl was physically abused by her stepdad to the point where she died, and this guy cut her up into pieces and spread her body over several different locations in the Netherlands. And so when they found the head, and they couldn't trace a missing child to it, because there was no missing child that would fit the remains they found. So they had someone who does this for a living make a reconstruction of the skull. And for people who are little lighthearted, please look away. I have both images next to each other. So this is the Nolde girl. She was a 4-year-old girl. On the left, you see the original picture of her.
Right.
On the right, you see the reconstructed skull. So now, keep in mind, they didn't have any hair, so they couldn't represent the hair in any way, shape, or form. Not the color, not even the length of the hair. But if you look closely, at the resemblance between the two, and she was recognized when this was shown on Dutch TV. The girl was recognized, and then they tracked down the parents, who were, I think, somewhere in Spain, with with a sister of this girl, and were able to make an arrest, and which ended up in a conviction eventually. So this is how
they've done it in the United States too with cases. I've seen cases, similar cases where they find a skull that has no soft tissue on it. They're able to. They have taken so many measurements of models from people, how thick the tissue is here, how thick it typically is here, and they can get pretty damn close. It's not 100%, but you know what? It's enough that people can recognize it and be able to. It's enough to be able to recognize it. You can even see here a lot of the facial features are very similar.
Yes, if you look at, for instance, at the nose and at the eyes,
chin,
in the mouth, and the chin, those are pretty accurate. And that all of that, based on all they had was a skull. I think that is pretty impressive when you look at how far science has progressed. So I'll take away the picture for people who might be disturbed by something like that.
We're trying to we're trying to take the information and give people the most accurate, the most comprehensive view of it that we can. Whereas they're trying to do the exact opposite. They're just trying to obfuscate and
What infuriates me is that they ridicule people who have worked their entire life to develop a science that we now can actually use and know how accurate it is, and they will just
and wave it away.
As I said, just ridicule it, and they're merely guessing. It isn't guessing. All of this is based on cold hard science and cold hard work that they've done over their entire life to get to a point where they can actually do this. And they're not a lot of people
spinning all over, the work of people like Pat and James Wolfe and Beamsy and people who actually do research.
Yes. And so when it comes to reconstructing fossils, they pretty much do the same thing. So they will look at, obviously we don't have dinosaurs around anymore, but we do have their close relatives, which are the reptiles. So we can still see, or can infer some of the thicknesses of tissue that would be over specific muscles, and so we can have a fairly accurate representation. Now, we know that a lot of the dinosaurs had feathers, and so it's going to be hard to make an accurate representation of how they may have looked. But I know for a fact that even for some of the early birds, they have found a way to figure out the color of some of them, and predominantly, I think it was when birds had black feathers. They had trace amounts that they could get from the fossil. So we even know some of the early birds, the colors of the feathers they had, and to me, this is the mind-boggling part of science, to see how far we've progressed and what we can actually do and what we can actually determine. And to see these people who haven't spent a day in school, because most of these people are homeschooled by people who were homeschooled by people who were homeschooled, so they have no decent education, even though the parents may try. But if you're fooled in your education, you're going to pass that on to your children, which is why I'm vehemently against homeschooling, unless you get what I would say a state-approved curriculum that would be tested at the end with a state-approved exam in order to see.
Yes, be a state, yeah,
which is by the way what we've got in the Netherlands. You can homeschool people, but you still have to pass the same test that people that go to a regular school. That you get the same test, the same exams. But these people know nothing, and then pretend to know more than the experts in the field. And to me, that is mind-boggling. I mean, recently I was in a conversation. I don't even know where that was, where we were talking about what the police is allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. And we had Pat jump in, and Pat had specific knowledge, being an ex-cop, on what police can and cannot do. Yeah. And he even knew, I hate to say it, but he did know more about what is allowed for Dutch cops when it comes to using guns. So, I mean, I can pretend that I'm Dutch and I know better than Pat does. In this case, I just didn't, and Pat brought the facts. And there are few things that he may have gotten wrong, but for the most part, he was right. So, and here's the thing: if you come across someone who's actually studied something, then what you need to do is listen to what they have to say. And if you disagree with them, then you go on the internet and see whether or not their arguments hold water, whether or not it is correct. And what you don't do is you go to conspiracy sites or sites who claim to have the knowledge. No, you go to the actual science and see whether or not you can debunk it. And this is something that drives me mad. The conviction these people have.
It's pretty infuriating.
Yes, that they know more than the scientists in the field know.
The actual experts.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's why when I saw these videos, I said we have to, these are just begging for us to be gone over, because it's just a quintessential. It personifies the level of discourse that we get from the young Earth creation side.
I agree.
Thank you so very much, Peter. It was lovely having you on. It was lovely being with you on Randolph Ridge's stream. And everybody should also, actually, we're gonna transition. Do 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 do. I told you, young Earthers, you had this much time to come on and challenge us. You had
Time's
3
up.
skeptics on here, exactly. So,
but I have an outro as well.
that's
have a lot.
why you're on
We're
screen,
ready for you,
baby.
Peter.
We have been skeptic and ranting, and we have been talking about the flaws of Reconstruction. Lovely having you on, Peter. What you got going on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
See, and this is the interesting part for which I also wanted to come on.
Oh my.
I'm currently talking to Dr. Josh, who contacted me a few days ago and said, "Hey, I want to have a show on your channel and have a chat," which blew me away because that to me is a huge compliment.
And
when
if you
people
both
like that.
do it in songs and record it, I'll be there first. I'm just kidding. I just want to see Dr. Josh and you.
Well,
having a good time.
You're going to have your opportunity to see Dr. Josh because I'm setting this up, and I've asked my co-host Lilith to be there, who's already fangirling for 2 days because she gets to talk to Dr. Josh, who she really admires.
As well, she should.
Yes. And then there's also someone who has been on your channel a few times, a guy called P-Town. I recently had him on my channel, and for that I chose my dear friend Artemis Brain Sample to be my co-host.
It was. I love you, P-Town. You're actually a nice guy.
I think he is. I got to be on his show as well, which was a lot of fun because his channel is still at Dumpster Fires, and got a bit of a dumpster fire with his co-host. But I mean, and then he brought on Jill. Yes.
Who's that?
So something word.
Oh.
I forgot.
Bird is the word. No, Bird wouldn't be a co-host.
It should. Yeah, if it would have been Bird, then I think P-Town would be in trouble because we all know our Bird and we love our Bird. But
that would actually be an
Bird has a
interesting channel.
I'll tell you.
I mean,
bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah, I still think we should do a petition or something to get Bird back on the panels a lot more because I miss Bird. But so getting back to Dr. Josh, so
again, as we should.
P-Town also had something to say about Dr. Josh, and so Dr. Josh commented in on the video where I was a guest on his channel, and so they want to have a conversation, and since that is what we do on our channel as well, we host conversations. And I stole, because stealing is a thing when you're a creationist, I stole the title of that from Kent Hovind. So they are going to be on our show, Second Opinions, where I will be the moderator. I probably don't have to do anything other than take questions from the chat. But so that is going to happen. Then I'm also the producer for a very obscure guy called Jefferson Spatchcock. Yes, you may have heard of him. He used to be part of the panel that we have on Discord. Sadly he no longer is, and so I offered the possibility that we should have an ex-Muslim on there. He may or may not still be in the chat, but I really would like him to be part of that panel.
He would be good for that panel. Yeah.
We did see he was in chat earlier.
Yes, and I would really like so. And I talked about this with Taco. I now have IX, who's also part of the panel, who thinks that might be a good idea. So
you got my vote,
hoping that we can make that work. But so Jefferson Spatchcock already had the idea of having Dr. Josh and his wife Megan on for an interview. So we're currently setting that up as well. So if you like Dr. Josh there might be 3 shows coming where he will be talking about several things. And I have said on Twitter, someone should ask him whether or not slavery is endorsed in the Bible, because I don't think he's ever talked about that. Although I could be wrong.
He could. He might have thought about it once, twice, or 3 times a lady or a book.
Yes, but I mean, I love Dr. Josh, and so when I set up the conversation with Jefferson, his first reaction was, "Spatchcock, keep running. Jeff can't even ground ultimately instantiated possible impossibilities." So this is going to be a fun conversation.
Also, if you could possibly just get Dr. Josh and his wife to respond to my text messages, that'd be really cool. I'm just teasing, Peter.
So if you want to have something set up, you know that is something that I really like doing if I'm in touch with people, and if I can help out friends, and if I can set up shows on other channels.
Fantastic.
I mean, I'm all for that. If you have a specific idea, just shoot me a DM on Twitter, and I will make sure that Dr. Josh sees or hears about it, because I mean, this is what we do, right? It's not about just our own channel. If we can support someone with a similar channel, that is what we're supposed to do.
If I may say, one of the things I love about the agnostic, atheist, secular, non-Abrahamic, whatever you want to call it, community is we don't judge each other. We're very big and open, and we don't have holy wars, and so we just we can all support each other. We can all just cross-pollinate and go back and forth. And
she said big, and she's a size.
There's more to this. So on the AMA that I just had, at some point IX came in, and we had a little talk about how we go about things. And I told him this has been my philosophy ever since I joined social media. If we're going to address creationists, if we're going to address theists, then we need a lot of different approaches, because not every approach will work. This was because IX asked me a question about a specific thing in Islam, and he said, "Is there a good rebuttal to this?" And I told him, or is there a good rebuttal to the Quran?
I'm just kidding.
To the Quran. And I said, it's not just one approach. One singular approach won't work with every Muslim you come across. You need different approaches. And this is why we need a lot of different channels, people who go about it in a completely different way. Some are the more aggressive types.
You can reach people that I won't be able to reach. And you know what? I might be able to reach people who don't respond well to your line of argumentation. And you know what? Yeah, we can reach the most people.
Exactly. And so we need more different channels. I don't care if my channel doesn't have an awful lot of subscribers. I do my work on tons of channels where I provide artwork or help them set up
do what you can,
your YouTube channel or whatever, because that is the approach that works. I think that is the approach in the end will give us the best results.
You're a lion. You're always out there doing artwork for other channels and
producing,
supportive on panels, producing. Yeah, you do a lot.
Well, but so you can say that, but if I then think of that, this is why I got inspired by people like Arn Ra. And when I look to Arn, he will go on a channel that has 100 subscribers, 200 subscribers.
He's been on our channel
invited,
3 times.
And if he has the time, he will go on there, and he doesn't care whether or not you're an atheist or a Muslim or a Christian channel. He will just come on if you invite him, and if you're cordial and want to have a good conversation, he will make the time for that. And so that has been my inspiration. I mean, spreading what you have as widely as possible Arn has his skill. I've got my skill where I can help people out. And
so
in the
different from
meantime,
what you see on most of the theist side. You know, somebody like
Yes.
Arn Ra. So different.
I mean, in all fairness, on the theist side, and this is why I still haven't monetized anything that I do. On the theist side, it's all about money. And if they can grab people from another channel in order to get more donations, they will. And if that means that you have to slander and insult people, they will. It's all about the money.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so very much, Peter. And I'm going to just send love. You should go to youtube.com/RNRaw, youtube.com. Is it Jefferson Spatchcock? Just like that?
Yeah.
Jefferson Spatchcock and youtube.com/gonna go for it. Thank you so very much.
And now I have to add one channel because the AMA I streamed on our secondary channel, which is gonna go for some more.
Is it really called Gonna Go for Some More?
I'm always gonna go for some more.
Oh my!
You know me. You know me.
I do.
I'm the king of gonna go for some more.
Thank you so very much, Peter. And all
You're
right.
welcome.
With that, James, there were no creationists that decided to step up to the plate. We decided to do another short stream. Yeah, exactly. Performance anxiety. And so with that, this is the dude. Your Rocky moment is happening. You are going in the ring with Circuit City himself. And so my question to you...
I'm not going to buy the car. I already know.
I know, exactly. It's terrible APR. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on the Flaws of Reconstruction.
Have we ever? Have we ever? Yeah. Thanks, guys, for helping us get through that video. It was a doozy. As you can see, 30-minute video, 4 hours. But we need to take the time to break down all the nonsense in there. So... sue us. But anyway, it's really late. We'll be back tonight. Come back and see us tonight after the debate, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, Standing for Truth channel. Be taking this guy to task. It'll be fun, and then we'll come back on here. Have a good night, guys.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, James. And then I only have one announcement.
Do you?
Yes. Well, also... you should look at Gizmo because that was adorable. I'm sorry, I just had to point out Gizmo. Gizmo's so cute.
He certainly is.
And then I don't look fancy right now. My only announcement is that it feels so good. I have orientation tomorrow. Oh my Lord. But I'm excited for that. I'm building coursework. I'm brushing up on my JavaScript. Making sure. It's one thing to sit there. Unity doesn't even accept JavaScript anymore. It's now just completely C#, and I like C#. But now I need to work on
Flash.
my website. I miss Flash too, but Flash it was easily hackable, and that's why
so
they
many
just
security holes.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, and yes. So I'm changing. We're going to be updating. We updated things for the new year. I'm going to be tweaking.
Well, she'll be doing twerking too.
Tweaking while I'm twerking on the Patreon and channel membership because I just want to make everything even. There were some things I don't think you guys were using, and yet I want to support more. There are some things I'm going to try and keep a hold on, and I want to promote them. I'm going to do a trailer for it. I keep on saying, but that's coming on the deck. Kinky is the Talk Skeptic to Me. We want to get more episodes of Pat doing Talk Skeptic to Me. But if you are a Patreon channel member, this kitty over here doing stretches, then you gain access to the show where we'll just host
Buttercup?
That is Buttercup. She's so tuckered out. I also will produce you live. We'll do it live right there.
She'll do you guys you've never been done before.
And I've been having what started as just a small thing is starting to get grow. I have my one person I'm producing right now he's the host, but then he has his own social media manager and marketing, and it has been fantastic. It has been just great to be part of a team, even though as a producer, you sometimes feel like you have to be a leader, but yet you need everyone. It's like you need all of the organs to make the body work. I don't know. It's great. I love producing.
He's okay with the
Newman focus.
He's okay with the transgender bi space lizard.
Apparently,
from the planet Reptar.
That is exactly James.
Okay.
What is great?
Amy, one question. Did you see the new meme about the? Yes. I'm going to put that on my banner on Twitter. Before I butcher this. It's a meme of people holding a sign, respect my trans homies, or I'm going to identify as a fucking problem. That's going to be on my banner on Twitter.
And the hell yeah. I'm trying to now.
LGBT haters will be fed to alligators.
Yeah,
we're down in Florida, so it's what's available.
Oh, Florida man made the news in the Netherlands. He got out of his front door and got bitten by an alligator. Just random news in the Netherlands.
It happens. There, actually, a lady I think got killed somewhere in Florida, maybe in the past month or so, by an alligator attack.
And gosh darn it, I made a new outro, but I should have uploaded it before.
It happens at least maybe once or twice a year. Somebody will leave their back door, the sliding glass door open, and they'll come out and find an alligator in their kitchen in the morning.
So this is so go visit that. I hope you all, if you enjoy the show, if you think that it's worth, we want to see more of that, well, then feel free to like. That helps. Follow on Twitch. We're almost at 100. Or subscribe on YouTube. More Space Lizards. We want to see more interaction on Twitch. That's why I'm going to be doing more. I almost have the new files so that I could do 3D modeling, so that I could be playing Minecraft and other games. I know, is it special? I know, I'm trying to think if it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be. It's going to be the AMA outro, Doorknob Head. I should just do the live. Boop, boop, shoo, boop, boop. Yeah, subscribe if you enjoyed, and then hit that bell icon, because just subscribing says you like it, but if you actually want to see lots of content, premieres, go live with us, woohoo! Then hit that bell icon.
And if you don't like it, subscribe so you can hate watch Amy.
Subscribe anyway. Yeah, subscribe anyway.
I mean,
exactly. And then, or hey, guess what, James? I unbanned. I think this person was unbanned. They'll probably keep on
now.
I'm straight
totally
now.
Straight, super straight.
James, this is my wife. Wife, can you get out here? Someone needs to see that I'm straight. There.
We call it a beard.
Yes. I also like that he used that as a statement. It's not like I like big tits. It's not like I just love a big booty ass in my face. It's like, but I have a wife. Oh, well then, why didn't you say so before?
Who said they had have a wife?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, said they had a wife. That was
he had a wife, really?
Oh, absolutely. And I said a wife or girlfriend. That was one of the reasons for why they can't be gay. And I'm like, oh, okay, makes sense. I've never heard that before.
Like Ken Hoven.
Sure.
He's got an army of wives.
That's why you see a lot of married guys cruising.
I'm just saying. Yeah, and let's say, some people keep shoes. I tend to keep purses in my closet. I feel like some people keep their entire selves. Things are complicated. Who knows what people collect? James, Peter.
I tend to keep women in closets because it's part of our relationship.
Tied up, exactly. Look, the consensual pink fuzzy cuffs of slavery, always supported. Or hey, leave a comment once the video is.
If you want to be tied up by Peter,
we've been roasting him. Exactly. But what kills me is we've been roasting him for like a year, and like just the last week he comes on. He's like, "Hey, what are you gay voices talking about?"
What did he say? Oh, it was the detransitioning. That's what he came on.
Yes.
He's like, "Oh, did you see this channel? Check out this channel. Somebody transitioned. It didn't work out for them."
Very relevant topic. It was like, why does Jesus still exist or some shit?
Yeah, did you see this person? This one person. Yeah, they transitioned. It didn't work out for them. They regret it. So therefore, nobody should.
Exactly. Therefore, they should not transition, and it's not in the back of their mind. Day and night beating over their heads
they have to,
while you're at work, while you're cooking.
No, I shouldn't transition because I have to watch these videos all day long of it going bad for people.
Oh, yes.
To be able to not do it.
Exactly. I can't help it. There's someone who calls themselves X definitely gay in chat or something, and every time I say they say something to me, I'm just like, "How you doing, baby girl?" And they get silent. They get silent, lady, which makes me think they're sweating. I wonder if they just go back and damn it, this is the way I want to feel.
Milo Yiannopoulos completely straight.
Oh, exactly. He found the vagina. That's good. Congratulations, Milo. Boo boo. Wasn't he a little bit? Wasn't he a little bit Iwe Dawa-ist, or he like made a little bit comments? I should paint with his smaller brush, but he made some really creepy comments, and now he's like, "Oh no, I like adult vaginas." Sure, buddy.
I learned a new thing.
Super straight.
Do you,
exactly.
Amy? Do you know the Christian fish symbol?
The Christian fish symbol.
I don't even want to imagine.
I've eaten a Christian out that smells like fish. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke.
The symbol you see.
Yes, I do.
The symbol you see on cars.
It often has like the cross at the end of it sometimes, and yes, I do know.
It's a stylized fish. It's just one swirl. Symbol. Yeah. Do you know that that's actually not a fish?
What is it?
It's a vagina. It's supposed to be turned around. I'm not kidding. This came up on Arn Ross Bible Show, and someone actually provided the reasoning behind it. You have to turn it 45 degrees with the two open pieces upwards.
Spread the legs.
Yes, and so Arn made the comment that the open part is where you start going down with your finger in order to find the clitoris, which I thought was a really good explanation on why this is a symbol. Because it's a sign of God to tell guys.
Definitely a sign of God.
Why would you want to do that?
Yeah,
Peter?
apparently
you can't get women off because that would be making them men.
Well, apparently it is the symbol of life, and therefore it's a stylized vagina, which then got turned around, and now it looks like a fish. I didn't know that. I really like the original idea.
Norm Macdonald used to have a joke that was just, look, everyone loves dick. Women love dick. Gay men love dick. Straight men love dick. Everyone just loves dick. Seems to be true when we're talking.
But Peter, you shouldn't even be. Why do you need to find the clitoris? Because women can't. You shouldn't make a woman have an orgasm.
Well, I can only answer you in song. Chad Haggard is completely heterosexual. Chad Haggard is completely heterosexual.
Him and Destiny Peterson.
Both of them. Okay.
completely straight too. You know, it's
Totally.
amazing.
Being
Amazing.
straight is amazing.
Super straight.
And if you're not straight, then you're a beta. By the way, did you see the conversation on Raw had with Jesse
I
Lee
have
Peterson?
just started listening to that.
That
it's
is
just
so
been going
painful.
for feed.
That
Looks
is so
good though,
painful.
because I can tell because I looked at only like 1 or 2 comments in there for R and Raw, and it's on Jesse's fucking channel, and so that's not good.
And he was dumb enough to clip the worst part of it and make that into a special clip. It's
not dumb. That's a woman's job.
Don't have a woman do a man's job.
Exactly. You can also leave a super thanks. A super thanks is like a super chat.
I
Continue.
still
No,
want
I
to
can feel it
need
in you. Continue.
I still need to know what kind of beer Arn drank before he had that conversation to make it through that as calm as he did. Because
It had to be some kind of high gravity porter, like 9.
I
10%.
would have lost my everlasting shit if I would have been treated like that by Jesse Lee Peterson. Honestly.
Well, I will say that in just debating all of these creationists, I always just expect the worst. Now, Aaron's a nice guy, and so he has that. But I always just expect the worst from these people, because what happens, in my opinion, is you get someone who is either an academic or someone well-experienced, well-knowledge, and soft-spoken like Aaron Ra, and so they just want to explain things. And then they get frustrated. The creationists begin to get frustrated at their bullshit being torn away. And so they start insulting the academics or soft-spoken people. And it is always just this weird... I don't know what to say. It feels like this very cornered thing. I relish in it. I relish in the dirt because I feel like I can throw anything nasty at people way worse than they can do to me, and it's gonna hurt them because they generally are too easy and open books, and so
I truly respect you for that. I learn from you so much when I see you talking to the most vile people on the planet, and I cannot express my admiration in what you're doing, keeping calm, not getting insulted.
I did tell one person to shut the fuck up on not the last one, but the last
but they must
one on
have
the
deserved
random.
it. They must have really been pushing it.
And what I will say, it's so funny. Sometimes, definitely in the politics and religion server, I say that all the time in text chat. I say it so easily because people will just say, shut the fuck up, and all you have to say is say, no, you shut the fuck up, and like 8 or 9 times out of 10 they stop typing, which is the weirdest thing. It's like a bitch test in prison. Like, it's like
so,
this weird thing.
Do you know what Jimmy Snow has done on the line?
I love Jimmy. What about it?
So people on the line would go in chat and would tell him to go fuck himself.
Oh, he just turned that into
and then he asked everyone, instead of complimenting him, to write down, Jimmy, go fuck yourself. So now he's at a point where he can no longer differentiate to who's insulting him and who's making a compliment, which is I think is brilliant.
That is. Also, it's lasted me an entire podcast. Almost everyone who writes in to Bill Burr, the comedian, they start with, hey, old Billy Balls, or hey, old Freckles, or they create something, and then they end with, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself is almost the tagline every time. And I was seeing that. I noticed that because he was like happy venting about that in when I watched one of the last. It was probably the fucking one with Haley. I can't believe you're long enough to be on this show, Peter, that you remember Haley, right?
I remember Haley.
Oh,
yes,
shit.
Your roommate.
She's been doing rounds. She was on the line. I felt like I was on acid. Speaking of second tabs, I was like, what is going? Is that can't be? But Delaware is not that big of a place, and so it was like, and there's, I mean, Haley's. How many Haley's? From Delaware?
Do you want me to add to that a little? Guess who's the latest member of On Raw's Bible Show panel?
Please don't say Haley.
No, P-Town.
Good. P-Town. Really?
Yes. And
okay.
And last week,
I felt really
last
mean
week,
to P-Town a second ago. I'm glad.
Last
he's
week,
a nice guy.
Last week, Aaron kicked an atheist in order to have P-Town on because we had all seats filled already,
Really?
and then P-Town showed up.
Listen,
And Aaron really wanted him to be there. So he's now a permanent member of the Blasphemers Bible study. I think it's fun.
Study, they met on our channel, so we connected them.
Yeah.
Connections. But I always find it's funny that the dirty little secret is that atheists want theists. We want you to talk with us, theists out there. We want you to come say hi.
Yep.
We don't bite unless that's what you're into.
Unless you consent to it.
Unless you consent, yes.
Yes.
If you pay her.
It's even better. But yes, you should all check out Aaron Ra's channel. You should check out their amazing Bible study. And now you should check out P-Town. And hi, baby girl. I know. Hi,
Buttercup.
Yes, she wants to say hi.
I love it. I love it when I'm on this show and Amy points the camera down to show her pussy.
I know.
Oh my, that's right.
Look at Gavin and Iron.
I was gonna say it'd be the first pussy that Iron and Gavin have seen in a while.
Probably.
And okay, I think I don't know how much more we can milk.
That's
If we
the,
milk, super thanks. We keep on getting tangent. Super thanks, like a super chat, but afterwards, and we'll also read it on the next episode as well. And after the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server will be opening up, the link of which is in the description below. I keep on saying this. Peter, do you know anything about Discord? Do you know anything about the ranking systems and stuff? I feel like this is like the expert stuff. Even I spent all this time on Discord, and even I don't know how to make...
I literally have no clue. I'm not a big fan of Discord, although due to the AMA that I just did and the show that we do on there, I'm beginning to appreciate the platform just a little bit more. But I have a really Discord. Cool I have a Discord server. May it rest in peace. I'm never on there. The only times I'm on Discord is for doing the shows, and when I get an invite from someone to join a voice channel to have conversations, and you can actually have good conversations. I mean, the show we do proves that you can have good conversations. Why are you looking at me?
Yeah, I saw her looking up, so I'm like, I'm just gonna point the camera.
Look straight in the camera.
Well, you have Otangelo run your Discord server, right?
Say again?
So you have Otangelo run your Discord server, don't you?
No. Otangelo has his own Discord server. He has blocked me everywhere except on his own Discord.
What's it called?
Except on Otangelo's Discord server.
It's really called Otangelo's Discord server? That'd be funny.
No.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Please, Shroud of Turin group. Shroud of Turin.
God Talk or
God. Also,
no. Although on the God Talk, he also has some amazing content. He had Jesus talking about the Sermon of the Mountains, which I hadn't heard before. It's also not in the Bible, but apparently. His Discord server is called Atheism versus Theism.
Okay, that's actually reasonable.
I think he didn't think that title through because
there's a million atheists on there.
Well, shouldn't it be the other way around? Shouldn't theism come first?
That's true. Theism is the root word.
Yes, but Yeah, so
Well,
that's his Discord server.
I mean, everybody remembers the first time he tried to set it up when he made everybody an admin. So
I do.
Changing the settings,
I remember that as well.
changing of the settings and whatnot. Yeah.
Poor Aunt Angelo, we love you. Yes, for it's
Yes.
goth.
Everyone loves
Saint
Ochangelo except my dog.
Oh, he gets
Because
excited.
my dog gets aggressive when he hears Ochangelo's voice, whether or not I do it or I just play a video. My dog does not like that
He
voice.
doesn't like to have a role play.
Yes. I want to get spanked by Peter very hard. I've been a bad boy.
A bad boy. And okay. The link of which is in the description below. That's right, Discord, definitely. We're gonna get a ranking system. Not only that, but I just want this.
I would like to have a role play.
A deep role play for him in a French maid's outfit. But I want to get it to not only do you pick roles and stuff, but where you actually get experience for typing as you do in the politics and religion server. It's how you level up. And
by being more active?
Yes, by basically talking in voice chat. And I believe, I definitely know in chat because I go up there, and voice chat, you actually can level up through different ranks. And so
I'm hurt now. I'm ball hurt now.
James, everything's gamified. Not only that, but we should sign up for Nitro, which is what I'm going to do, which is technically we can have a subscription service on Discord. Yeah, it gives extra emojis and all sorts of stuff. And I don't know why I'm rolling my eyes, because my thesis is coming true. It's just becoming true a little bit too. Like, they're gamifying everything, James. Everything. There's nothing that isn't going to be game. Like, eventually you're going to go to the doctor and it's just going to be like, what disease do you have? Boop, 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 boop. You have chlamydia.
Look at this doorknob head.
Oh, what is that? It'd be fun with Tangelo's legs and shorts. Look like frog's legs. It look like Kermit.
Well, yeah, they might. We just don't know. We just don't know.
Oh, hi, Buttercup.
I love her so much. She's such a cute baby.
She is a sweetie.
The internet needs more cats. I don't think the internet has ever seen cats before. I don't think so. Maybe once or twice. Oh, I should show off my shirt before. Just continue. Just to trigger all the fundies. Yeah, baby.
Feminist.
That's right. Continuing the science t-shirts, because I can't help myself. And I think about you.
Frogs and
t-shirts. I'm also going to be, I think, getting the new round of, I'm going to be getting at least the Skeptic and Ranting t-shirt, the logo up there. I think I'm going to be ordering a shirt for myself. I think I may get one, maybe the Bible study. We'll see. Get a few shirts of the actual shows, so that I can exactly. And I figure it's the same thing. It's when I signed up at Modern Day Debate as a Patreon, I was like, I'm gonna do it because if I don't believe in someone, why should someone believe in me? And so I'm gonna buy a T-shirt, and if it looks cute on me, then at least I'm investing in, you should be able to eat your product. I'm just thinking of maybe a certain thing of steaks that might be out there. All right. I think we look, there are literally people going to work. Do you see them? Okay.
Yeah. You lost me at eating your product. But
there is a certain maybe politician, or he may have been president or something. I don't know. Who knows? But he sold everything, including steaks, but it didn't look like they were exactly steaks that you would want to eat.
Oh, Amy, come on. They were the best quality steaks money.
Oh, best quality. Exactly.
Quality steaks.
You would put ketchup all over these steaks.
I mean, why would you not?
Why wouldn't you not?
You buy. I mean, who would not go to, to a fine butcher shop? You get like a $50, $60 steak. You cook it like a pot roast and smother it.
Exactly.
Right. You cook it like it's a $10, like it's $10 pot roast, and you smother it in ketchup.
Can I get two?
Amy, you can stack them one on top of the other like blackjacks, and you can pour the ketchup on like syrup, and you can eat that shit like your breakfast pancakes.
Can I eat them over poor people? Just very specifically.
Hey, go down to downtown Baltimore. There you go.
And or if I should, I'd like to go back to Philly and get a cheese. I miss cheesesteaks. I miss a good cheesesteak.
Good night, everybody.
Newman, focus.
Good night. All right, fantastic chat. The description down below, along with our fantastic channel members, we have an evolving badge system. It's true. We have one evidence, I guess, more than creationists, because unlike, theirs, just with time, ours just evolved. Oh, now she's pressing buttons. You're so cute, though. As well as all of our Focus Buttercup, along with all of our fantastic channel members, our super chatters, as well as the best way to help us get even more amazing contests, even more props like this one down here, I'm pretty sure, is by going down to patreon.com/Amy Newman and becoming a supporter and enabling you some unique perks. I am Amy Newman. Wait, I skipped over something. I am Amy Newman, but also I want to thank my fantastic co-host, James W., along with our guest, Peter, all of the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream great, and of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. All of the other stuff that I said, and we love you. I hope you all have a great day, night, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z.